Assalamu alaikum. Whoa, that's loud. Why is it so loud? Okay, before we begin, there's a big gap here. Can we move? Would it be too much to ask, like, to move close, or should I move over here? Yeah. So I'm not looking into empty space. Yeah, like 3 rows. If more people come, we can have them move us, for now. All right. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man walah ma ba'd. I hope and I pray, inshallah ta'ala, you all are doing well. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He blesses our gatherings, our communities, our masajid, and that He allows us to learn beneficial knowledge and to benefit from that which we learn, and that the knowledge that we learn is an excuse for us, not an excuse against us on the Day of Judgment, Ya Rabbil Alameen. طيب, to proceed, we're doing our Dawah course. It's called Awakening the Truth Within. And the idea of this is that Dawah itself, the way that we do the Dawah is that it helps awaken the fitrah of the human being to the things that they already know intrinsically. And it's not something foreign. And sometimes we're teaching them new things, but it's also awakening something within the human being himself. So it becomes, the form of da'wah is less of a debate and more of a conversation, right? And inshallah ta'ala, we're going to begin. Okay, some of the course objectives. We're going to understand why da'wah should be a part of everyday life. We're going to talk about the rewards and consequences, gaining confidence, learn how to connect with people, develop sincerity, and all those things. You guys can see the slides good, right? Don't worry, I'll send you, so I have not only the slides, but I'm going to send you my course notes. So every slide has more detail, because the slide itself is meant to be just bullet points, something like a visual trigger, but the notes, I think the notes are like 90 pages worth. So just pay attention. I put my phone on Do Not Disturb, so that way, focus with us. And the whole idea, this is a workshop, so it's interactive as much as possible. So I'm going to be throwing out questions to you guys. Feel free to answer.
Some of my friends are watching your videos on internet.
Okay.
And some of the videos in Arabic they don't understand. Is it possible at the same time translate that to English?
Absolutely. So anytime there's a word that I'm using in Arabic, yeah, we'll get to it. Also, we haven't defined it yet. That's why we're gonna define it. We're just using the word because it's been used. We will define it, no problem, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, so this is a foundational course. We don't get into deep philosophical discussions. We have more advanced. So of this workshop, we have an advanced version that we're not doing today. And in that advanced version, we go into logical fallacies, we go into how to deconstruct arguments, a little bit more detailed. Today, it's a foundational course. We also have advanced courses on how to address specifically atheism. It's about a 4-hour course. Christianity, about a 4-hour course. We have some other stuff that we do as well. Today, we're not going to go into a lot of detail into any of those. It's just foundations. Okay? Any questions on this? طيب, who here, let me see, raise of hands, has attended a da'wah course before? MashaAllah, okay, a few. Which courses did you guys attend? Oh, mashallah. Okay, yeah. Perfect. Dr. Sabir is great. Yeah. He teaches, obviously, he teaches with us at NDA, the National Dawah Academy. Yeah. Oh, okay. Same course. Perfect. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. How was that course? Was it on a specific topic? Right. Okay, good. Okay. Who here participates in da'wah regularly? Like there's a da'wah table, da'wah events, open houses. Okay. Who here feels confident that they can talk to a non-Muslim about Islam? Okay, good. Inshallah, by the end, everybody's hand should be up. That's the goal, inshallah ta'ala. Okay? Good. Okay. What is da'wah? When we say da'wah, what does that mean? So linguistically, what does it mean? An invitation. I'm inviting. So if I say da'wah lil asha, what does that mean? It's an invitation for dinner. And it works. In Arabic it works. Da'wah li farah. Farah usually is what they call like a wedding. That works also. You'll get an invitation. It literally says invitation. So the word da'wah linguistically, all it means is invitation. Used in a religious setting, what does it mean? I'm inviting to what? To Islam. Okay? That's all it means. It's a call. Also, there's a relationship with the word da'wah in terms of like it's a call. Okay? Here's the tri-letter root to call, to invite. Obviously, we're inviting to Allah and His Messenger. We're inviting to His religion. This is important because in our da'wah, we don't invite to a political ideology, a specific madhab, a specific way, a specific imam, right? We don't invite to any of, we invite to Allah alone. It's very important because even when we, later, when the person becomes Muslim, we tend to project on that person what we ourselves have in terms of our biases. You know, like the person comes and he accepts Islam. Okay, now we're going to change your name. We're going to change the way that you dress. We're going to change everything that you eat. We're going to change everything about him, maskeen. But we never even address the theology, the creed. We don't even teach him the basics of aqeedah. We're focused more on like the cultural aspects, and we forget, هذا خطأ, this is not correct. Okay? I'll give you an example. Ali ibn Abi Talib radiallahu anhu ardah, when this is in the famous hadith about the battle of Khaybar, where the Prophet ﷺ, the night before, he says, لُأُعْطِيَنَّ الرَّايَةَ غَدًا رَجُلٌ يُحِبُّ اللَّهَ وَرَسُولُهُ. Right? Tomorrow I'm going to give the raya, the banner, to a man who loves Allah and His Messenger. And Allah and His Messenger love him. Great. All of the companions are like, I want to be that guy. Even Umar, he says, مَا تَمَنَّيْتُ الْإِمَارَةَ إِلَّا يَوْمَهَا. I never wished to be in a position of leadership or responsibility except that day. And then what happened the next day, right? Umar says, I went up to the front and I'm like making myself tall so that he can see me. And he's looking around, and he says, Ayna Ali? Where's Ali ibn Abi Talib? He says, Yashtaki aynay. He's complaining because of his eye. La, bring him. He comes out, and his eye was bad. It was like swollen, infected, whatever it was. And the Prophet ﷺ spat in his blessed hand, rubbed the saliva into Ali's eye, and he was cured. Ali ibn Abi Talib narrates later, years later, right? He says, Wallahi, it was so cured, I don't remember which eye was bad. It was one of them, because khalas, they're both fine at an old age. But at the time he was young, he had that. So he goes. And the Prophet told him, imshi, imdi, right? وَلَا تَلْتَفِت, don't look back, right? And call them to Islam. So he goes and he starts walking, and then he remembers the commandment, don't look back. So he didn't look back, but he asks, without looking back. Ya Rasulullah, إِلَى مَا أَدْعُوهُمْ أَأَدْعُوهُمْ لِيَكُونُوا مِثْلَنَا? Should I call them so that they be like us? Look at his question. Because who is he calling? Who was in Khaybar? Aywa, they were Jews. They were Bani Israel. They weren't Arabs. So he's asking, should I call them so that they be like us? Are we going to make them Arab, quote unquote? Or what are we calling them to? Islam. So the Prophet told him, no, we're not calling them so that they be like us. He says, "Ud'uhum ila shahadat an la ilaha illallah wa anni rasulullah." Call them to the shahadatain. That's it. So that's very different sometimes than what we foresee as da'wah, right? Yeah. And he went and he conquered. Of course, you know, the door broke down and he carried the door with one hand. They said after the battle, 8 men couldn't carry it. But that way, and it was a karama that happened at his hands, radiallahu anhu wa ardah. Okay, here's a couple of verses for us to review. One is, "Ud'u ila sabila rabbika bil hikmah." This is in Surah An-Nahl. And then the other one is, وَلْتَكُمْ مِنْكُمْ أُمَّةً يَدْعُونَ إِلَى الْخَيْرِ. These are common verses that are cited with regards to the obligation of da'wah. We're putting them here. We're going to break them down later, right? I'm just putting them here so that you guys are aware of them as well, inshaAllah ta'ala. Question: who is responsible for giving da'wah? Everybody? What? Do they have to have knowledge? How much knowledge? A bachelor's degree? Associate's degree? High school? You guys understand? What's the minimum amount of knowledge? Right? Even if you're a basic, bare bones Muslim, you can give da'wah. Okay? However, we should have people of knowledge. Right? This is an excuse not to learn. In fact, we should. The idea when adopting a da'wah mindset, and this is something very important, I think I want to that we're going to be focusing on throughout, is that when we adopt a da'wah mindset, it should also encourage us to adopt a seeking knowledge mindset, right? A mindset where I'm improving myself, I'm learning more, I'm learning how to engage in these conversations and whatnot. So the reality is, yes, everyone. There is an aspect of it being fard kifaya, and there's an aspect of it being for everyone, and we can get into that inshallah ta'ala in a little bit. These are the two verses that we use to reconcile this. They're in Surah Al-Imran. So the first verse says, "Let there be from among you a community that calls to Allah." So this means that from among all of you, there should be a specific group that gives da'wah. Very good. This seems to be fard kifaya. 6 verses down, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "You are the best ummah," meaning all Muslims are the best. Why? تَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَتَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنْكَرِ وَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ. You enjoin the good, forbid the evil, and you believe in Allah. So belief in Allah should come first. But Allah puts it at the end because what made you special isn't the belief. Everybody believes. Every ummah had an element of belief. What made you special is this idea that you do al-amr bil-ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar, enjoining the good and forbidding the evil. Very good. Does da'wah ever stop? It doesn't? Okay. Is there a new prophet coming? So whose job is it to convey the message? It's a communal obligation. Okay, when we convey the message, do we convert anybody? Or do we just convey it? Okay, so is our job to spread Islam? Do we spread Islam? Who spreads Islam? So what is our job? We just convey. And we invite. They accept, great. They don't accept, it's not in my hands. So again, do we convert anyone? Okay, from here on out, I'm not going to use the word convert, except in one instance. And I'm going to show you guys here in a second. Okay? But I want to make sure, nobody used that word. I didn't convert him. Even guidance, if I say I guided him, is that correct? Who guides? Very good. Bas, that's it. Okay? All right. So, with all of this said, why should we give da'wah? Okay. So that we remove like the idea of them having an excuse in the future. Mumtaz. Good. What else? It's a commandment. Allah told us so. Very good. I'm seeking, at the end of the day, I should be seeking Allah's pleasure. I want Allah to be happy with me. مَعْذِرَةً إِلَى رَبِّكُمْ. There's a verse in Surah Al-A'raf that talks about Ashab al-Sabt. When they asked them, why are you guys giving da'wah? They said, قَالُوا مَعْذِرَةً إِلَى رَبِّكُمْ وَلَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَّقُونَ. They said, just so that we can have an excuse with our Lord. And maybe the people will heed. But they know that the people might not heed. Yani the chances of everybody heeding the warning, very slim. But I want to have an excuse in front of Allah. That Allah asks me, what did you do? Did you talk to anybody? Did you do? I did my job. Khalas, that's it. Does that make sense? Oh. Okay, what's the reward? What's in it for the person who... What's in it for the person who gives da'wah? How much reward? Oh, excellent. You protect yourself. How much reward? Yeah. The reward of Hajj? Okay. Yeah. So, if somebody accepts Islam because of your da'wah, inshallah, obviously Allah guided him first, but it's through your da'wah, you're getting reward for everything that person does. Correct? MashaAllah. So let's say 10 people that happens. Am I getting 10 times the reward now? Every single one of those people? Correct? At that point I can retire, khalas. I have businesses, yani. It's like, I'm just kidding. You still have to do your own good deeds. Okay? Absolutely. It's yani ajr jari. It's reward that's still coming. That has no end because these people were helped because of you. So question, because of this concept, is there any deed in Islam that is more rewarding than da'wah? Isn't that the same idea? Teaching someone? Because when you teach someone something, you're getting the reward of whatever it is that they apply through that teaching, correct? Same idea. Yeah. You guys understand here? There's no, arguably, you can make the case that there's no deed that's more rewarding than da'wah. In terms of just absolute reward. Because it multiplies. It's, what are they, like compound? It does. It's not interest. This is halal interest. But it compounds because you, at the end of the day, you are one individual. As much as you do, khalas, you're just one person. But because you're giving that, now you're getting reward without their reward being diminished in any way. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in doing so is so fair and He's just. So He's inviting us to go and give da'wah so that we can go and invite other people. That's the essence of it. Okay? This is why, by the way, in the hadith of Khaybar, we get the hadith of the red camels. Okay? That's where he tells Ali ibn Abi Talib, you should call them that they bear witness that there is no God worthy of worship besides Allah and that I am the messenger of Allah. He says, what's in it for us? He says, by Allah, for Allah to guide one person. Remember, he's conquering an entire fortress. But Allah to guide one person through your hands, it is better for you than the red camels. Humurun ni'am. At the time, there was nothing more valuable to the Arabs than a red camel. One red camel was worth 100 normal camels. Okay? One of those, imagine, and a camel is essentially a car. Right? Do we have a car today? There's one car that's worth 100 cars. And let's say I drive a Honda Civic. Right? You get me one nice red Ferrari, it's probably worth 100 of my Honda Civics, right? Is this correct math? I don't know. Ya ahl al-sayarat. Yani. It's true, correct? Not that I'm putting down the Honda Civic. I love my Honda Civic. I'm just saying, yani. Okay? So, that's one hadith. The next one is, by the way, has anybody seen the price of camels hasn't gone down. Do you know how much it is now to buy a camel these days? In Texas, you can buy, starting price for one camel is about $5,000. West Texas. There's camel farms. They started selling camel milk because people are discovering that the milk is actually really good. If anybody can drink camel milk, go for it. It's totally worth it. It's so good. Okay? They had I don't know if you saw this, they had a documentary about the camel beauty pageant that happens in the Gulf countries. Because, they can't do it for human beings, it's haram. So they said, khalas, let's go to the next best thing. The guy who won second place, just to give you guys an idea, his camel that won second place became worth, because it won second place, not first. Because they did a documentary where they followed this one businessman, $1.5 million for his camel. And by the way, to compete, they had doctors there that are checking the camels for fillers and silicone and Botox and all these other things. Wallah, true story. They have them checked because some people try to cheat their way into, they need natural beauty, not manufactured. Okay, so subhanAllah, they're still valuable is what we're saying. Whoever guides another to a good deed will get the reward of the one who performs it. Okay? So guiding, teaching, all of these things, there's perpetual reward. Inshallah ta'ala. So this is the positive. What are the consequences? Meaning, what if nobody gives da'wah? What happens? Do we have a problem? Yeah. What are some of the problems? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, لُعِنَ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا مِن بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ عَلَى لِسَانِ دَاوُودَ وَعِيسَى ibn Maryam. لماذا? Why? Allah has cursed the ones who disbelieved from Bani Israel on the tongue of David and Jesus the son of Mary. Why were they cursed? كَانُوا لَا يَتَنَاهَوْنَ عَن مُنكَرٍ فَعَلُوهُ. They used to not forbid one another from any evil that they used to commit. Remember, da'wah is essentially, a part of da'wah is al-amru bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar, enjoining the good, forbidding the evil. You see something wrong, you say something about it, you do something, you help them get out of it. He says, Bani Israel eventually became cursed because they abandoned that practice. Everybody said, it's none of my business. You see somebody doing something haram, I'm going to ignore it. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. This mindset. And he said that Allah cursed them, not just him, but on the tongues of these prophets. David cursed his own people who did this, and Isa ibn Maryam did the same thing. And if you look at his story, both of them, they were facing big problems in their communities where nobody was doing it. Khalas, they just treated it as normal. Yeah, people do it. What can we do? They shrug and they move on. Okay? There's the hadith of the Safina, where the Prophet ﷺ gives an example that there's people on the top of the boat, people at the bottom of the boat. The people in the bottom, they need to get water, but the people at the top aren't helping them. And eventually the people in the bottom of the boat say, what? Let's just put a hole and get our own water instead of having to keep on going to the people at the top. If they leave them, do that, and they don't help each other out and cooperate, what happens to the boat? Khalas. Progressive. Yeah. Modern. So why is that? Because, so does anybody know, and I don't like to bash on specific countries, but just for a little bit here, we're not going to bash, but يعني, anybody remember Hayat al-Amr al-Ma'ruf wa Nahy al-Munkar in Saudi, right? Al-Mutawwa. You guys know what I'm talking about? What did they do? These are the religious police. What did they do? What were they known for? Yeah, hitting people, yalla, salah, this, haram, they know everything. Okay? Is that how you do al-amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar? La. Because you actually push people away from the religion when you do it that way. So our perception of correcting a mistake is that we don't like that. We don't like to be corrected aslan as human beings. We don't like it when somebody points out our flaws or corrects us or tells us that you're wrong. And this is why there's a proper way of doing al-amr bil ma'ruf wa nahy anil munkar. And there's an improper way. Most of the time it's done improperly. So as a result, we go to the other extreme where we say, you know what? Because I just want to be nice, I want to be adab, ya akhi, akhlaq, I'm not going to do it at all. And that's also probably an extreme position. There should be a middle path where we can have conversations with one another. Or I'm going to give you nasiha, a good advice. The word nasiha comes from, I'm just going to be frank with you. I'm going to be honest. It comes from the word honesty. It doesn't actually mean advice. It means that you're open with each other. We're actually going to share what's important. I'm not going to conceal anything. Because if I see a flaw in you and I say nothing about it, that means that I'm actually being deceptive. I'm not actually helping you. Let me help you out. Do you guys understand this? Everybody gets sick, absolutely. But sometimes the patient doesn't want your medicine. He's like, oh, you're going to give me that? That's a needle. I don't want you to poke me. Yakhi, it's good for you. I don't like needles. Yakhi, you're going to die. That's okay. It's like, are you saying that? Sometimes, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's a way of question, way of thinking.
Yeah.
Individualism.
Individualism, you do you, I do me. Yeah. A society collapses. We can't do that. We can't live that way, aslan. Yeah. So there has to be a balance. So then look, because they knew this, by the way, in Saudi, what happened? A few years back, the whole thing was cancelled. Now, the problem is they went to another extreme where even an imam gets on the minbar and says, Ya akhi, why are we bringing in alcohol to our country? This isn't right. They went and they pulled him down from the minbar as he's saying that. He's saying alcohol is haram, we shouldn't be bringing it into the kingdom. They pulled him down, he's in jail now and he still isn't out. And this is just one example. You see what happened? They went from beating people, right, to like you can't even mention something on the minbar. Both are wrong. We should have taken a middle path also from the beginning. Okay? This is why we don't like it. And I understand that mindset. And this is why we have to do it well. The rule, by the way, is give advice the same way you would like to receive it. So it causes us to think, like, how would I like it if I need advice, how would I like to receive it? Sure. I'm not talking bad about him, but I'm going up. It's unsolicited advice, yeah. But sometimes I can help out, like, hey, by the way, like, you know what I mean? Your shoe is whatever. You're this, something that they need actually help with. It's on the same lines. Okay. Okay, how do we measure success in da'wah? How do we know if our da'wah effort is successful? Okay, there's the famous hadith that says Hadith Ukasha. It's also known as the hadith of the 70,000 who enter Jannah without any account, without any punishment. It's beautiful. Allahumma ja'alna minhum ya Rabbil Alameen. In the beginning of the hadith, most people remember the last part, right? The 70,000 that will enter Jannah in this way. But in the beginning of the hadith, the Prophet says, عُرِضَتْ عَلَيَّ الْأُمَمُ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ I was shown the nations on the Day of Judgment. Okay? وَرَأَيْتُ النَّبِيِّ وَلَيْسَ مَعَهُ إِلَّا الرَّهَطِ I saw a prophet and he only has a small group of followers. الرَّهَطْ هُمْ مَنْ دُونَ التِّسْعَةِ They're less than 9 followers. ورأيت النبي وليس معه إلا الرجلان ورأيت النبي وليس معه إلا الرجل ورأيت النبي وليس معه أحد He said, I saw a prophet only has 2 followers, and I saw a prophet only has 1 follower, and I saw a prophet and he has 0 followers. We're not talking about social media followers, right? We're talking about this is how many people accepted his message. Are these prophets successes or failures? How are they successes? They delivered the message, they did their job. The results are in whose hands? Allah's. Now from a worldly perspective, when we look at those prophets, we're like, You only got 1 follower, 0 followers, that's a failure. A'udhu billah, that's not. Remember, by definition, these are prophets, which means that they're best of mankind. So from a creedal perspective, they are the best of mankind. They were successes by far. We can't even imagine to get to their level. However, the results are not in their hands. It's in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So for us, imagine if we set up our table, we go out to the World Cup and everything, and we don't get any shahadas. Was our effort a success or a failure? It's a success. Depending on one key element, which is what? Naam? Intentions, our sincerity, our ikhlas. Why am I doing this? Am I doing this to get followers on social media? Or am I doing this because I want to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? The hardest part of our whole thing is actually correcting ourselves. It's not the method. It's not the, wallah, at the end of the day, most of the stuff is good advice. Yani. At the end of the day, you can apply some of it, you can apply all of it, you can apply nothing. You can adopt your own method. But if there's sincerity, khalas. And obviously you're not doing it in a haram way. Like you're not saying, I'm going to do da'wah in whatever way. Okay? Why do we do this work? Obviously because we love for people what we love for ourselves. So if I love for someone guidance, I love for myself to be guided, then I want it for others as well. This is why one of the versions of the hadith, it says, لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه. One version of the hadith says, لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب للناس. That he loves for the people. Imam An-Nawawi says, one of the most important things of this is guidance, al-hidayah lahum. And this is why the idea of da'wah is so important, which means that our da'wah has to come from a place of love and care, not from a place of defeating them as an opponent. Because automatically what happens is we stand at the da'wah table, okay, and I see the person is coming to me as an opponent that needs to be defeated. We draw a battle line. I'm on this side, you're on this side. You're a Christian? Ta'al, I'm going to show you why Christianity is terrible. Bam, 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 bam. Instead, I have to realize we're actually both on the same side. Our enemy, our common enemy is shaitan, essentially. And I'm trying to get you to see that. Shifting this mindset of you're my brother. Because remember, in the Quran, وَإِلَى مَدْيَنَ أَخَاهُمْ شُعَيْبًا وَإِلَى عَادٍ أَخَاهُمْ هُودًا. All of these, he said, akhahum, their brother. He was their brother in the sense that he's from them, but also he's talking to them as a brother. When you talk to somebody as a brother, it changes the conversation. I'm not talking to you as an opponent, I'm talking to you as a friend. Does that make sense? I'm going to test you on this. Be ready. Okay, so remember, our job is to convey, not to convert. We convey, we don't convert. You guys ready? We're doing great on time, by the way. So, I have an exercise for you guys. You guys ready? Okay. Anybody here use iPhone? Raise your hand if you use iPhone. Wow, mashallah, a lot of rightly guided people. Okay, who uses Android? La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Wait, keep your hands up. Android? 1, 2. You raise your hand for both? You have 2 phones? Oh, okay. Android, yeah. Android? And iPhone or Android? iPhone? Okay, I'm asking Android. Okay, a few people. Okay. Here's the exercise. I want Ahlul Android and Ahlul iPhone. You guys are going to give da'wah to the other side. Okay? And this is the only time, remember I said we don't use the word convert. This is the only time I'm going to use the word. I want you to think about how you would convert the other person to your side. You get the Android, Ahlul Android, هؤلاء الضال لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. How do you get them to convert to iPhone? And the same thing, Ahlul Android, because you guys are less, you guys have more pressure to convert these sheeple, man. They just follow whatever Apple does, to convert them from Apple to see the light of Android. Okay? We're going to spend a few minutes on this. But I want to hear what are some of the things that you would say to them to get them to convert. So iPhone, the emphasis is on privacy. So the iPhone is more private. Android, maftuh, everything is open. They can steal your data. You like that? He's like, more freedom, khalas. Put myself out there, not a problem. I have nothing to hide. You have more Quran apps? So, but at the end of the day, the Quran is one, right? How many apps of the Quran do you need? Okay, good, okay. So I hear arguments, yeah. Anyone else? This is open, yeah, go ahead. It's easy. Which one? You have to tell me who you are, because I don't know. You can be. So your iPhone, you're telling Ahlul Android that your iPhone is easier to use. Well, Android, is this correct? I disagree, yes? They disagree? If anything, you give them an iPhone, what are they going to tell you? I can't use this iPhone. I only know how to use Android. So it tells you ease of use comes from what? Familiarity, experience, yeah. Wow. At the end of the day, you can do the same things for a few $100s less, because you're not paying a premium for that, Apple logo that you have, that you think is all fancy and stuff. Oh, so you're living like in separate kind of worlds almost. Where the iPhone is very bubbled off, khalas, you guys have your own thing. You have these perceptions of the other people, and they have the same thing. They're over here and they're like, man, these iPhone people, I don't even know what they think. Very good. By the way, if any one of the sisters wants to chime in, feel free, I know I'm focusing over here on the brothers. They changed that. That used to be the case, but they changed it now. With the new iPhones, they realized their mistake. Yeah. This was a valid thing like a few years ago. Yeah, in the past 2 years, they changed it. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. It's a valid.
I see like a trace of racism there too.
Discrimination, xenophobia, classism. Or the Ahlul Apple, they look down on Ahlul Android, right? They're like, look at these guys. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah al-ali al-azim. Astaghfir. I'm just facilitating a conversation here, and I don't take sides. Yeah, go ahead. Very good. Somebody's awake. I know it's early, but yeah, so I'm going to repeat it here. So he said, don't we need to take a step back and understand where the other person is coming from? Excellent point. So far, by the way, in the discussion, so far, just hearing how this is happening, who feels compelled to convert? Nobody. Right? In fact, if anything, this type of discussion has caused people to do what? To be more entrenched in their position. Even if I just bought the phone because of whatever, if my phone is under attack, I feel personally attacked sometimes. Even if at the end of the day, I don't care. Like, I didn't actually make the choice. Right? We become more defensive because the person is coming at us. He might, but are you compelled? Do you feel right now compelled? There's a seed. So maybe long term, yes, but on the spot, you're not going to. Sahih. So how would you do that? Give me an example. Yeah. No, put it in a sentence. I want like, so you which phone do you use?
I don't have that much knowledge of the phones, I'll just use it.
Not a problem.
I'm not going to give any technical things about it.
Yeah.
But in general,
So what do you like about it?
easy to use.
Okay.
For my use.
Yeah. So what I want you to do is put that in a sentence for someone.
It's very easy to access what I need to do with it.
Okay. So the other person is hearing. He says, for me, this phone is very easy to access. Right? He's not coming at you, he's telling what works for him. Instead of coming at you. Very good. So wait, pause. Are you a convert? Like, did you convert from one to the other? Huh? Yeah. You're a convert, mashallah. So tell us about your conversion. So wait, you converted from Android to Apple. Okay, tell us about your conversion story, brother. This is when you first saw the light, that Allah guided you. Yeah. Wow, subhanallah. So khalas, you convert, you were like, I'm Apple for life. This guy's like hooked me up, they took care of me. Khalas. Allahu Akbar. So Allah guides, subhanallah, Allah. Yeah, he's a convert from Android to Apple, and he said he had an experience where he dropped it. He just bought a new iPhone, and he didn't get Apple Care, no warranty. He walks out, literally drops it on the floor, screen breaks. He goes back inside. He's like, guys, I didn't buy any warranty or anything. They said, no problem, we'll take care of it. They took it back. They gave him another one on the spot. They hooked him up. Shh, don't say that too loud. Yani, you're going to burst his bubble. Okay? Any other converts here? Not to Islam, but from one to the other. Yeah, go ahead. So which one is the fastest growing religion? I mean the fastest growing segment of phone. In the US. Internationally, there's way more Android users. Yeah. Uh-huh. So the Android phones are not all the same. So like a Samsung phone. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Android, there's a lot of choices. Android is the operating system, but there's many different hardware manufacturers for the phones. Sorry. Security is a problem. Okay. So right now, does anybody feel compelled to convert still? Right? So I want us to reframe the same arguments, but reframe them a little bit. The brother was on the right track. Okay? Here we have the slide. Usually we should only take 7 minutes. Okay? This is the slide. We'll do a recap. Did anybody feel compelled to convert, to change? No. Does our da'wah to Islam resemble these conversations? Especially when you go online in the comment sections, it's all this. It doesn't work most of the time. What actually does? By the way, this idea, even the manufacturers themselves, like Apple and Android, and Samsung, they realized this. And this is why when they sell their phones, they don't talk about any of the things that we've talked about so far. Like even Apple, when they do their events where they announce it, they'll go into a lot of the technical jargon because they know only the nerds watch that. Okay? The average consumer doesn't even care. The ad that sells, right? It sells you what? It sells you a feeling, an emotion. You'll see people having fun with their iPhone, smiling. That's it. They don't want to talk about the features, how many gigabytes of RAM it has, what the capacity is. They'll maybe sell a little bit on the colors. Wow, we have the iPhone now in pink, right? That's wow, amazing. But that's the only feature that they'll even highlight. But they're highlighting the experience and kind of the perception of what it is to have the phone. So the method that we just used isn't even used by the manufacturers anymore. They'll put it out there somewhere for the people that are really interested, but that's only a small segment of society. Same thing with Samsung and the Android phones. They'll do the same thing. They'll announce the features and whatnot in a little event that only the people who really care about it will actually focus on. What do we focus? So what instead should we focus on? We've already mentioned this hadith several times. This is actually one of the keys for people to be more open to what it is that you have to offer. Meaning it has to come not from a place of, because at the end of the day, we did one of two things. I'm either showing how my phone is better, or I'm showing you how your phone sucks. Okay? I'm either putting my phone up or putting your phone down. That's all we did today. Neither of those technically work. We still have to do a version of that, but in a very subtle way. Instead, we use this hadith. None of you truly believes until he loves for his brother, what he loves for himself. So now that same idea, مثلا the security. You said security is very important to you, privacy, etc. Phrase it, if you can, and this is open to anybody who wants to do this, who will be brave enough, using this hadith. That you're coming from a place of love. Yeah.
An email and I received an email and I opened it and I got, like Apple told me, hey, I don't, be careful. And I didn't click it and I found out it was a virus. Can you tell me how Android handles that?
Okay, good. I want to hear the word love. But it was good. That's good. That's better. We're getting close. Yeah, you had her. That's underhanded. That's a you problem, not his problem. Yeah.
Sorry. I would share what I love about my religion or my phone.
Yeah.
And how I would love for you to experience that as well.
Yes. Excellent. You got it. Okay. So like with the email, how would I word it with like something very specific? I love the security that iPhone gets, and I think you would love it too. And this is why I think you should consider the phone. How does that change the conversation? What happens to the other person?
Their doors don't close as quickly.
Yeah, we're not opponents anymore, right? Remember I said when we were standing at the Dawah table, we were having a conversation. We said it. The setup is false because we're setting it up like we're on opposite sides. We're opponents. Where instead, when I phrase it from love, I'm over here. I'm on the same side as you, and I care about you. Right? I want security. I want whatever, and I think you would appreciate it as well. We're no longer on opposite sides, right? We're actually on the same side. This is why at the end of the day, the Prophet says there's only one ummah. Ummah al-da'wah wa ummah al-ijabah. But we're actually part of the same ummah. I mean, there's an ummah that calls and an ummah that receives the call. But we're one ummah, meaning the entire world now is one ummah. We have to reframe the idea of who is our opponent, who is our enemy, how do I phrase things. Does that make sense? Because what happens is once I draw a line, if I draw a line between me and Android, me and Apple or whatever, it automatically puts us in that. So when I come, how does this look, by the way, like from an Islamic perspective, like if I'm talking to a Christian or atheist or whoever. Oh, you're a Christian? I'm going to start defining terms. You guys believe in this. You guys do this. Do you guys do this? And I'm just like, I'm coming at him. Even if he's not like an adamant Christian, he's going to defend if his religion is under attack. Okay? Same thing happens with Muslims, by the way. You'll have a Muslim who he doesn't even know where the masjid is. He hasn't prayed in months. But then he'll hear that Islam is under attack, he'll get offended. And he'll start defending Islam. And I was like, wow, mashallah, brother. Like, wow. Something woke up inside. No, this is true. Because he felt like under attack. Khalas. Even if he wasn't religious at all. This is human nature. There was a hand up over here. Yeah, go ahead, sister. Right, exactly. So you're coming from a place of love, right? You want them to see it. Why?
Because she knows that that's my, like, all I want is for them to experience that. I feel like it's a chance that I'm gonna miss. Like, remember when
Sure.
Muhammad would see a janaza of a non-Muslim?
Right. It's a soul that escaped, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, with all due respect to your daughter, she's wrong. She just doesn't like maybe the awkwardness, but that says more about her cultural upbringing than it says about whether she's right or wrong. Yeah. That she tells you don't try to talk to anybody about Islam. That's not what we're here for. Okay? Any questions on this exercise that we've done so far? So framing things from a place of love that I actually care about you. And you don't have to say the word love. You can say care. I care about you. You know, what works for me is this, and I think it would work for you as well. It changes the paradigm. We're not opponents anymore. Okay? Holistic da'wah. This is where we go into what does da'wah look like in practice. This is from the verse, who is better in speech? وَمَنْ أَحْسَنُ قَوْلًا مِمَّنْ دَعَا إِلَى اللَّهِ وَعَمِلَ صَالِحًا وَقَالَ إِنَّنِي مِنَ الْمُسْلِمِينَ. And who is better in speech than one who invites to Allah, he does righteous deeds, and he says, I'm of the Muslims. We mentioned this very briefly in the khutbah, that it starts from the best to the least, which means we have to start from the end of the verse. Okay? We have to start from identity. Most of the time, our da'wah is inverted, meaning it's upside down. We start with our words, and then we put actions, and then it's our identity. Okay? Where the reality is, this is actually wrong. It's the other way around. Identity should be at the bottom. Okay? Meaning who you are is a form of da'wah. But that's the bottom part of the pyramid. Okay? But it has to start the foundation. Because if you're not visibly, expressively, even in you're not Muslim, how are they going to know? There's no way for you to actually be able to give da'wah. You guys understand? And it can happen even in the very subtle ways. I was at, the other day, I went to a restaurant. What's the name on the order? Anwar. Oh, where's, that's a unique name. Where's that from? You know, it's actually Arabic. It's because, I'm Muslim. Oh, Muslim? Yeah, do you know anything about Islam, Muslims? I don't. I was like, I don't mind talking to you about it. I know there's a line behind me of people, but I know they give you guys 15-minute breaks. Once I get my food, take your break, come talk to me. I'll tell you anything you want to know about it. Oh, you would do that for me? Absolutely, it would be my honor. He did. So he brought out the food, the tray, and he says, I took my 15-minute break, meaning we have a timer, now 15 minutes. He didn't take his shahada, but we talked for 15 minutes while I'm eating, I'm stuffing my face. But I'm talking to him as well, and he loved it. He was like, man, nobody's ever told me these things before. I was like, yeah, this is how it is. Okay? The opportunities for da'wah open up at any time. Don't do the opposite though. Okay? Don't force it on someone. I've also been, this was in Seattle. There's a brother, mashallah, amazing brother. But he's 24/7 da'wah mode, and he wants to so the lady, we're giving our orders, we're at a coffee shop, and then something happens, and she the name or whatever. I was like, yeah, we're Muslim. What religion are you? Instead of being inviting about it, he immediately was asking her the question. Now here's the thing. You should ask questions when you know questions are being welcomed. But we don't even know that. She's just our cashier. You know what she says? I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable answering that question right now. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to offend. She's like, no, but I mean, that's a weird question to ask somebody that you don't even know. He's like, yeah, you're right. All this is happening from like, apologize, you know, my friend here, he's just a little over, you know, excited. It's because we're Muslim and, you know, he's, you know, she's like, oh, okay, cool, that's fine, yeah, but I'm not comfortable really talking about religion right now. Oh, not a problem. Khalas, take it away. What I'm saying is, sometimes people don't want to have that. Khalas, it's on them. It's not on you. You tried. But yeah, sometimes you have to do it in a very gentle manner. Okay? So, bottom level, identity. I'm comfortable being Muslim. I'm proud of my identity as a Muslim. I'm not afraid. I'm not putting it down. Because otherwise, how am I going to have that conversation? If he doesn't know that you're Muslim, how can you even have a da'wah conversation? You can't. Right? Then our actions, meaning they see what Islam does, what Muslims do. This has always been the da'wah. Historically, this was one of the most powerful forms of da'wah. Think about all of the countries where there was no conquest, there was no army, but they accepted Islam, and it was primarily because of the identity and the actions of those people that visited those areas. And then after all of that, we have what? Your words. Okay? Meaning your words are at the end, not in the beginning. Now, with the World Cup and our da'wah table, excellent. We can put our table and whatnot, and we can talk to people, not a problem. But we should be engaged in doing good in our communities. Okay, we have a track record. We should be comfortable in our identities. That's the everyday da'wah. World Cup is a specific event da'wah, not a problem. Okay, they'll go hand in hand, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, so where are we starting? Any questions so far?
So how do you handle the misunderstanding or misinterpretation, like when we talk about identity, action, someone doesn't have no background knowledge.
If they don't know like your actions, they don't know anything, you can address them. Like, yeah, we have this, we have that we're going, that we're doing. You can explain it to them. Yeah. Sometimes you have to break it down. Okay. How are we on time, by the way? Anybody need to take a break? You guys are good? Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. I took a similar Dawah class before, and the instructor was saying Dawah is a way of life. It's not something that you, okay, I'm going to do it this Saturday, or I'm going to do it next month. Like, and he gave example like he's taking out the trash, and his neighbor, and in that small talk, he was able to, invite them to the masjid and things like that. But when you said your friend is the Dawah 24/7 person, I guess there's a line when it's too much, but usually it's a good thing, right? That if somebody's always on Dawah mode, like that, if I may finish, this instructor, for example, all the way to his flights, he loves certain seats just for that. Like when he loves the middle seat because it gives him an opportunity to talk to the guy on the left or one on the right.
Yeah.
So in terms of, he sees Dawah as a lifestyle. Can you reconcile that against the Dawah 24/7?
Yeah. No, I agree with him in that Dawah should be a lifestyle. Most people are not comfortable enough to do that, right? And most people are not talented enough to do it either. So my friend who was in 24/7 mode, he did it wrong. You understand what I'm saying? Like if he came at it a little easier, that's fine. But you'll find that most people don't even want to receive the message that you have to deliver. Unless you break down those barriers, you soften them up, or we do some icebreakers. That takes a lot of work. With the cashier that you're dealing with, right at the coffee shop, you don't just come in and be like, so what's your religion? She's like, man, your tab is $15.97, like just pay, put a tip. If you don't want to tip, ma'as-salama. She doesn't want to talk religion right now. You understand what I'm saying? That's where he made the mistake. And he made it worse. Like he made her uncomfortable. She's like, why are these Muslims coming at me? There's a reason why Jehovah's Witnesses have a reputation that they do. Mormon missionaries have a reputation that they do. What's the reputation? Huh? Yeah. They're a nuisance. I don't want to deal with that. Okay? So you don't want to be that guy either. That's what I'm saying. Okay? The Jehovah's Witnesses, why don't we like them? Yeah? And they're coming at you. You know, they're making you feel guilty. Their tactic is completely off and wrong. Oh, khalas, that's your... Yeah. Anybody been visited by Mormon missionaries? Jehovah's? You guys have a lot of Jehovah's here, huh? Yeah. Has anybody invited them inside? Yeah, you should. I do. I'll sit them down. Absolutely. Especially for the Mormons, try to give them coffee or tea. I'm sorry, that's a joke. Because they don't drink coffee or tea. But you pretend like you don't know that. And I'm like, oh no, and then listen to them explain it away. And then ask them, so why is the Mormon Church one of the #1 investors in companies like Coca-Cola that specifically design drinks based on caffeine, if caffeine is haram? And then they have no answer. Because it's hypocritical. Which is true, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. So even though caffeine is haram for them, they were at one point the #1 investor in Coca-Cola, which made them billions of dollars in their investment fund. Yeah? No, I mean, you did okay. If they mock your religion, just outright like this, you have no obligation to continue the conversation. Because they're clearly insincere. If khalas, you're automatically attacking me like this, we have no common ground. You don't have to. Now you can, there's a way around it. But what I'm saying is, you don't need to put yourself in a way where your religion is actively being mocked or discussed in a way like this. Like, are you serious right now? You don't even know anything about my religion, man. Let's start over. Sah. Yeah. Okay, we'll answer your question here. We'll get to a whole section just about that, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, anyone else? Yes. Oh, yeah.
So I think there's two aspects to this.
Yeah.
One is identity. It's for yourself. So when you're at that table, if you're strong in identity and your actions, the words are going to flow.
Yes, because you're living it. It's very easy.
But you could also see from the seerah that the identity of the Prophet was known, his actions were known, and the words. So like it's a combo. Like
Yes.
Your family, it's more your.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Your family. So your family, because they know you best, they're going to look at your actions and your identity way more than your words. They're going to ignore your words. It's like, I know who you are. What are you telling me? You know what I mean? Yeah, khalas. It's like, forget about it. Your words mean nothing. This is in parenting, by the way. In parenting, people who have kids know this, that your kids don't listen to what you say, they look at what you do. And that's what they imitate. Right? So when they see that the parent tells them, yeah, lying is haram, but then they see the parent regularly lie, which message do you think they internalize? The one they see, the actions. Which is why the most important part about being a good parent is what you did before you were a parent. Meaning who you are as a person. Because that's very hard to change later on. But that's what the kids see. Because they're with you that much. Especially in our spouses and so forth. Okay? Good? طيب, 4 steps of da'wah. We get the 4 steps from this verse. So I want you guys to remember this verse. ادعو إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة وجادلهم بالتي أحسن. Okay? Call to the way of your Lord or invite to the way of your Lord with wisdom and kind advice. موعظة حسنة. And only debate with them in the best manner. Very good. Surely your Lord alone knows who best has strayed from his way and who is rightly guided. Mumtaz. Surah Al-Nahl, which is chapter 16, verse 125. Important verse, yes. Yeah. Absolutely, yes. Sure, yeah. Wisdom. Yeah. Absolutely. This is a very good point. He said everything that we've mentioned so far is still under hikmah, technically. Yes. The right time, right place. 100%. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So the brother said it's separate from knowledge. Wisdom is not knowledge. 100%. That's why we're here. 100%. I'm with you. Okay. So what's step number one? If the command is to invite, it's da'wah, then step number one is hikmah. Now, hikmah, it's both a how and a what. Okay, meaning you should invite with wisdom, meaning you're doing it in a wise method, but it's also a what in the sense that al-hikmah hiya mukhatabatul aql. It is addressing the intellect. It's being rational. It's making a rational case for Islam. So it's a how. So far we've talked about the how, but now there's a what. I mean, I'm making an intellectual case, a logical case for Islam. It's logically sound. See, in Islam we believe that there's only one God. That's a very logical case because there's no other logical sense of God except that He can be one aslan. Does that make sense? Everybody with me? So then what's step number two? If it's bil hikmah, the next step. Al-maw'idat al-hasana. Very good. So step number two. Al-maw'idat al-hasana. Maw'idat al-hasana here is translated as what? Kind advice. But al-maw'idah هي مخاطبة القلب. You know in the hadith of Al-Irbad ibn Sariya رضي الله عنه where he says وعظنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم موعظة بليغة ذرفت منها العيون ووجلت منها القلوب فكأنها موعظة مودع. We said the Prophet وعظنا, he gave us a موعظة that the hearts were trembling, our tears were flowing, and we said it's as if it's a موعظة of someone who's to depart from us. Meaning it was one of the last sermons that the Prophet gave. It's very emotional. So a maw'idah is an emotional appeal. It's not a dars, it's not a lecture. It's not a halaqah. Does that make sense? Unless that was the goal. You understand what I'm saying? So, if it's a how, that means I have to speak beautifully from my heart to the other person's heart. And when it's a what, that means it's an emotional appeal for Islam as well. So remember, hikmah was an intellectual appeal. And maw'idah is an emotional appeal. Now I'm targeting the heart. Now, there's an argument that says that the mind and the heart are the same. Hada sahih. This is correct. Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah writes about this, many others. But what we're doing is we're separating the emotional faculties from the logical ones. Right brain, left brain. You guys know this? Right brain, left brain. Your right brain. So if you're right-handed, your right brain is responsible for language, logic, math. The left side of the brain is responsible for what now? Emotion, creativity, art, etc. By the way, this is why emotions are processed in a different part of the brain than language. And this is why sometimes, especially for men, because there's less connections between the two hemispheres than women. Women have more connections, men have less. Men have a harder time articulating their emotions because the emotions are processed in a different part of the brain than the language. That's why we resort to art to express what it is that we're feeling. Which is poetry, whatever it is, because we have a hard time saying what it is that I'm actually feeling. Everybody with me so far? Because of this, we have to speak to both parts of the human being. And there's actually more parts. But right now, I'm just dividing it into two parts of the human being. What happens on the field, let's say I'm at my da'wah table, I'm at the World Cup, I'll give a very logical, coherent argument for Islam. And the person says, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, would you like to become Muslim then? No, not today. What's going on? What does he need? The emotion. Why? He just told you. He agrees intellectually. He's not ready. Why is he not? He can't tell you why he's not ready. Because it's an emotional thing. Remember, we said many people have a hard time expressing their emotion. So he doesn't know why he doesn't know. But he's just like, not today, because his heart isn't on board. His mind is, but his heart isn't. Now what is your job as a da'i now to do? You got to appeal to what? The emotion. And you know what? We know what's interesting? You do that by appealing to the mind as well. So you show them that, hey, your mind is here. What you need to do is merge the two hemispheres of the brain. You only do that by showing them each other. So you tell the heart, hey heart, look over here. The mind is saying, we're on board, but you're not okay. So you have to kind of point that out. You can't separate the two. You have to point out like, hey, you just said that everything makes sense. I don't know you're feeling like, you know what I mean, you're probably feeling what, fear, intimidation. You're going into something unknown. There's a lot of questions. Don't worry, we'll be here every step of the way. I'm with you. Whatever it is that you're afraid of, don't worry, we'll take care of it. Okay, now I'm feeling a little bit better. Do you see this? The heart isn't on board yet. We need to get the heart there. By the way, us as human beings, do we make decisions with our minds or our hearts? I have hearts, minds. Depends on the situation? The heart. It's actually 100% the heart. يعني العقل تبع. It just follows. But it's actually the heart. How do you know this, by the way? So they even modern behavioral scientists, where they track like people's purchasing, it's always the heart. A person bought a car. Why did you buy the car? So tell me, why did you, like I told you, I drive a Honda Civic. I can tell you why I bought my car. But Yani, who drives, Yani, what car do you drive and why did you buy it? You liked it, yeah.
I think there is a book about this.
There are several books actually.
And so early on, you might have had an experience where a car broke down or you were paying afterwards.
Yeah, a bad experience led to, you know what I mean? And sometimes it's unconscious. You don't even realize that. Right? Yeah. What do you look, so forget the car. What do you look for? What are the features that you look for when you want to buy a car? Performance, how fast it goes. Reliability. So you're rationalizing what you want to buy. So are we, as human beings, are we rational beings that have emotions, or are we emotional beings that rationalize? We're emotional beings that rationalize. Okay? Anything else that you look for in a car? He said reliability, vroom vroom, performance, gas, mileage, yeah, especially now. Huh? Cost, yeah, how much money? I don't have that much money. Huh? Anything. You tell me why you buy your car. The color, safety, zero APR. Yes, we have a Muslim buyer in the audience, inshallah. He's like, who can give me 0% APR so I can make it halal? Yes, that's the car that I'm going to buy. That's why I bought my Honda Civic, by the way. The general manager of Honda in Memphis, he gives everybody 0%. So like half the Muslim community is driving Hondas. Well, that's a true story. It's not. Okay. Out of all of this, if we were logical about our purchases, this is just one exercise. There's only one thing that we would consider above everything else, and nothing else actually matters in comparison. What is it? No. No, yes. And he said it before. No. Why is safety the only thing that you should consider?
Because what's the worst that can happen? You can die.
Can you put a price tag on your life or the life of your loved ones? You can't. So because of this idea, safety, if we're just being logical, is the number one criteria, and nothing else matters. Because if it's inherently unsafe, you can't put a price tag on safety, theoretically. Sah? Your safety is number one. Unfortunately though, and I do this myself, and I'm guilty of this as well. I told you, the Honda Civic, it's not necessarily the safest car on the road. It's okay, it's up there. But we don't, like if you look, the average consumer, safety is on the bottom of their list usually. Because at the end of the day, cost, reliability, color, performance, all of these are inherently emotional stuff. Like if it's performance, if it's, it gets you to A to B, performance doesn't matter that much. Reliability, it just means that, it breaks down, I have to go and fix it and whatnot, mesh, that might be a little bit higher. But when it comes to safety, you can't put a price tag on that. Which means that whatever money is required to keep your family safe, you'll pay it. If you were just logical about it, but we're not. Okay? Makes sense? That's what we tell ourselves. No, that's what we tell ourselves. I'm telling you, there's entire books that have been written that actually show that men are actually more emotional than women when it comes to these purchases. But we're very good at rationalizing. Rationalizing is where, inherently it's an emotional decision, but I can show you logically why I made that decision, but it was emotional to begin with. I know. This is the perception. Wallah, I know. There's actually one of the best authors on this is an Israeli author who recently was upset. So he's anti-genocide, but he was upset that people are boycotting all Israeli academics. He's like, why? Not all of us are bad. But it's like, bro, you're still there, you're helping a regime and whatnot. His name is, it's called Predictably Irrational, where he's showing how people, in their decisions, they think that they're very rational, but they're not. But we can predict it. Now, because essentially we're emotional. And because we can track people's spending so that we measure the dollar amount in their decisions, meaning how you spend your money and where you get your money from is a very easy way to track people's decisions. And they've done study after study after study in almost every aspect of life, and we show how people are irrational all the time. Yeah. Yeah. I know. This is yeah, we're deconstructing some of our own preconceived notions. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that there's a distribution here?
I would have to think about your question more. Because it's not about, is it a spectrum? It's that every decision that we make, the heart has to be on board. If the heart isn't on board, it doesn't matter where this is.
But what I'm saying is, there are certain things, if you look at politics, for example, human relationships.
Politics are 100% emotions because it's all about ego. It has nothing to do with what's beneficial for all of us as human beings.
When you look at some of these
Even that, so we can deconstruct even those guys.
So I guess I'm trying to just, when we approach people, because,
But their argument is, so in a lot of those political philosophies, so I have a minor in political science, is that it's okay to be egocentric. They actually argue that if every state is selfish, that it's in the best interest for every state to be selfish and only look after its own interests. But that's inherently egotistic. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's a global view of the world, which is anti-Islamic, because we have our worldview is very different than that type of worldview. So.
I think I understand what he's asking is, let's say if you're at the table and you talk to 1,000 people, which is representative of the population, what's the average, what's skewed, the emotional state, the rationality, the emotional minded person, some are a lot, some are medium, some are low and very more logical than others.
Sure. This is correct.
What is that?
Oh, I don't know what the distribution is. You have to evaluate the person in front of you. This is why, so all of this, by the way, we're building up to, you can't jump the gun and just start talking to someone. You have to evaluate what kind of person I'm talking to. Dawah workshop? I'm not a Dawah workshop, sorry. This is in Cleveland, Ohio. We did our Jesus in Islam exhibit where we invited people. Before this, I did a Dawah training so that everybody knew how to handle the visitors. They were putting up signs, everything else. SubhanAllah. I said, like, in the beginning, Sunday, not a lot of people are coming in. I said, do you guys have a sign outside? No, there's no sign to let people know. What? Go put a sign outside, balloons, something, let people know. Just online marketing doesn't work if it's just online. SubhanAllah, they put a sign outside. There was a lady driving, and she saw it, and she got confused. She's like, Jesus in Islam? What the heck does that mean? She pulled in. Okay? Came inside, she's looking. One of the sisters came up to talk to her, and she's like, 1 second, I need to finish. Right? Just her behavior, her body language told me she's pure, this lady, like, very analytical, logical, not too emotional. Now, usually what that means is that they overcompensate, so they'll be very emotional in other aspects. But that's psychoanalysis. We're not going to be doing that on every person that we get, right? So she's walking through we have 20 posters that walk you through the life of Isa alayhi salam, from his family, Al-Imran, his mother Maryam, his miraculous birth, his growing up, other miracles he performed, what is his message, why the Trinity doesn't make any sense, it's sandwiched there in the middle. And then we go in, because that's you have to, fit it in a little bit. And then other stuff, he's going to come back. What was the message? How he and Prophet Muhammad are like brothers, meaning they have the same message, all these things. Perfect. She walked through the whole slides, and then she said, okay, who do I talk to for questions? So they pointed like, oh, we have the visiting Imam. I was like, I'm already busy doing. I said, khalas, I'll sit down. We'll talk to you and everything. And I talked to her for about 15 minutes. After the end, just presenting Islam. She didn't know much about Islam, but she says, I'm a very analytical person. All of this makes sense, and it's caused me to think about what I've been doing in my own life. But what would a person have to do to you know what I mean? What is this actually? I said, look, if you're willing to commit to this, we can help you, right? Don't worry and all this. So she's like, you've given me a very compelling case, and I like to pride myself on being logical. Can I have time to think about it? I said, look, if you are logical and you know that this is the truth, then just go for it. Okay, what does that look like? I explained to her. Khalas. She said, okay. Alhamdulillah, she took her shahada. Annabelle. And then, but she was very logical, rigorous about it. A few months later, Ramadan starts. MashaAllah, she was there every day at the masjid. She became one of the #1 volunteers for the masjid. She's still there. And occasionally I'll get a text message from her once a month, once a week, whatever. And she's trying to get married. There's a brother who was trying to she was single, convert. Miskina, she's struggling in that area because she's very logical. So she's being very stubborn about approaching marriage. So we're trying to help her in that regard. But the point is, you'll have people that are very logical. It might be easier to give them da'wah than somebody who's very emotional. But I've had the opposite. Somebody who's very emotional, they saw it and they're like, okay, it makes sense. But and they were already tired. Khalas. So you have to diagnose the person and give them what they need at the end of the day.
So you change your strategy, right?
Depending on the person. It's not changing the strategy. It's the same verse. Because the verse tells you to apply both sides. So I have to figure out which side does the person need. By the way, we're going to test you on this, don't worry. No, I am. We're going to have scenarios and I'm going to ask you, what does the person need? What went wrong? What went right? Everybody with me so far? Okay. When are we going to take the break? Let me finish this, and then we'll take the break. So, Maw'idha Hasana, what's step number 3? Wajadilhum. And argue with them in a way that's best. Now, we have an Arabic grammar note that because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says it as a new verb, technically what it's saying is da'wah is the first 2 steps, and that technically arguing or debating a point is not da'wah, but it's associated with it. But you only do it when? After you've done the first 2, And when it says in a way that's best, meaning I also have to use the first two characters, meaning it has to have hikmah, it has to have maw'idha hasana. Does that make sense? So, my da'wah sometimes won't need وَجَادِلْهُمْ بِالَّتِي أَحْسَنُ and argue with them in a way that's, but sometimes it will. So they'll be hung up on a point. You guys were here when I said about Christmas, that lady that came, she says, yeah, it makes sense, but I can't, I love Christmas. But we've had many other cases. I had a sister who came and she said, I love everything about, everything you tell me makes a lot of sense. She came to our da'wah table, this is at the park. We gave her a copy of the Quran, everything. We talked to her a good 20, 25 minutes. She said, tell me, you know what I mean? I asked her, would you like to become Muslim? All this. She says, I would, just one thing I have a problem with. Go ahead. She said, the dress code. I don't want to change the way that I dress. I know a lot of Muslim women, they cover. I don't want to do that. What would you guys tell her? La ikraha fi din. Yeah, no compulsion in the religion. Yeah. What do you guys think? Yeah? Sure. Absolutely. It's a lower priority. I told her sister, look, there's plenty of Muslim sisters that are Muslim and they don't wear hijab. Now, is that okay? Obviously, I would like you to wear it. And there's benefits in wearing it. But ultimately, it's not a requirement. You can continue dressing the way that you are and still technically be Muslim. Sure. But I'm talking about the concept, but I'm not talking about how. Okay. Are you sure? Yeah. She took her shahada. We got her one of the sisters, so we have a group of brothers and sisters that are what we call our new Muslim mentors. So we make it mandatory. Every new Muslim we get, we assign them a new Muslim mentor. We have to. And they follow up with them. Because retention rate goes from about 50% up to 90% once they have a mentor. It's that big of a difference. And we've tracked these numbers. These are numbers that I'm tracking personally. We still have a percentage that khalas will ghost even the mentor, they'll leave, something happens, whatever. Mesh. So we assigned her. SubhanAllah, her mentor reached out to me 6 months later. I just remember that sister that took her shahada, blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah. She's like, she's wearing hijab full time now. 6 months later. Do we have a precedent for this in Islam? Yes. The Prophet ﷺ, when the people of At-Ta'if, they came in and they wanted to accept Islam, they said, we'll do everything except pay zakah. Right? We'll take our shahada, we'll become Muslim, but we don't want to pay zakah. You know what the Prophet ﷺ told them? Become Muslim. That's what you say now. Come and see me in a year. He says, Wallahi la yu'addunnaha. They will actually give it. And subhanAllah, after a year, because zakah is not due immediately, right? It's due only after a year. So after a year, they were visited and they said, yeah, here you go. Here's the zakah. Okay? I had another brother who came, this is funny. He's like, I don't want to give up eating bacon. I was like, that's holding you back? He's like, yeah. I said, Wallah, he was a funny, we were having, I told him, if that's what's holding you back, I told him, I'll buy you bacon if you become Muslim. What? How would you do that? I was like, I'll do it. He's like, no, I don't want you to do something that's haram, that's something that's sinful. I was like, but you're saying that you want to, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same, we're in the same boat. He's thinking about it. I told him, there's turkey bacon. He's like, I don't like turkey bacon. I like bacon. But alhamdulillah, he committed. He said, I'll take my shahada and I won't eat bacon anymore. Right on the spot. Well, we had to show him how absurd, and it's something like that is holding you back from the truth. So sometimes you have to show people the absurdness of what it is that's they think is holding them back, but it's not. Remember, it's an emotional thing. That's not a logical thing to say. That's an emotional attachment to bacon. You don't need bacon. That's not a logical argument. Okay? So, jadilhum billati ahsan. One more slide and then I'll let you guys go for a break. What is step number 4? According to this verse. The verse is on the bottom. I don't know if it's too small. Very good. Guidance is in whose hands? It's Allah. Allah knows who's gone astray, who's rightly guided. Meaning you can do the best job possible. You can make a logical argument for Islam, an emotional argument for Islam. You even argue and debate specific points. You're doing it in a way that's best. You're being wise about everything. You're being accommodating to the person. And still, after all of that, they walk away. They don't become khalas. It's not in your hands. Step number 4 is to make dua for their guidance. To not forget the spiritual side of things. That if guidance is in the hands of Allah, I need to actually be making dua for the person I'm calling to. Not just calling them, but actually caring about them and making dua for them. Inshallah ta'ala. Okay? Very good? Okay, we'll pause here and we'll come back for the next section. How long of a break do you guys need? What time is dhuhr, by the way? 1 o'clock? Perfect. Okay, 10-minute break. We'll come back 11:51, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, assalamu alaikum. Son? How are you? No, no, go ahead.
When the guy says Dawah is a lifestyle, I strongly believe that because that applies to you individually.
Yeah.
100% I agree on that because if you don't agree with the Dawah in yourself, how can you explain it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was going to mention that, but was
No, no,
too shy.
you're okay. Yeah. Jazakallah khair. Wa alaikum salam.
So, what do I call you? Because I want to call you Imam, I want to call you Doctor.
Yeah, yeah. No, no. Either, yeah, Imam. It's fine. Yeah.
So, I wanted to, we can, if I can, if you begin to have a moment together, and then have lunch together at some point, or maybe a cup of coffee, because I would love to be able to.
Are you from this city?
No, I'm not, so we can't even stay. But I had to get out here. I was just like, this is so hard to pass up because I saw advanced Dawah. You know, in 20 years in the Dawah, I said, there's no way in the world that, really there's, complete Dawah. So I said, I have to be here. I wanted to meet you. I wanted to really
I hope so far, yeah. It's been, this is still basic.
I said to my wife, I said, this is just beginning. So we have two elders at home. One of them has Alzheimer's, one of them had a double stroke. There's my mother-in-law and my brother-in-law. We have two special needs children that just moved in with us with my sister. So we can't stand here too long, yes. But I had to make it out here. I definitely want to give you this information.
Take my number.
Please, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
No, it's not a problem.
Because I want to join
You have your
I want to join your mission.
No, no, whatever we can do to help.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. There's some tea downstairs for anyone that would like, inshallah. There's some tea. Tea, inshallah. And then coffee will be on its way soon as well. Everything going well? Yeah. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Excellent so far, mashallah. Mashallah, assalamu alaikum. How you doing? Alhamdulillah. Wajid. Wajid.
Wajid. Nice to meet you.
You too, you too. Where are you from?
I'm from Boston.
Boston area.
We drove up because I didn't want to miss the show.
Mashallah, mashallah, mashallah. Welcome, welcome.
Mashallah. We can't stay too long, but I'm so glad I got to get a chance to meet you.
Yeah, I was telling him, like, he has a whole Dawah power, this whole...
Is that your email address too?
Dawahpower.com.
Dawah Power, okay, all right. Mashallah, mashallah. Yeah. I saw the registration with someone like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh, this guy's dedicated, mashallah.
I also just started, I opened up a website and it's not actually launched yet, but Dawah Power is now about a year and a half. Supersayings.com. It's more for the public.
Yeah.
Because Dawah Power
General.
because when we wear these shirts, people who open their shirts, they say a lot of Muslims are asking, I like that shirt, where can I get it? I've got all kinds of Dawah shirts and, subtle like forbidding evil shirts that have to do with everything. Mashallah. And it's really an opportunity for us who aren't necessarily inclined, but people who aren't inclined to Dawah, to inspire good and forbid evil by simply just wearing a t-shirt. That's what it is. It's an opportunity for us. So, but the non-Muslims, we feel weird sending them to this. So I just launched supersayings.com with a Z. So this is for the
Super
public.
Zings?
Super Sayings.
Super Sayings.
Super Sayings with a Z at the end.
Okay.
So inshallah, I was going to do some promotion on this.
Oh, yes.
I'm so excited right now just to have to
Yeah, and then my name is Anwar.
Doctor.
No, there's no doctor.
What is this program that you're using?
Keynote.
Keynote.
It's at the Apple, the Mac one, not PowerPoint.
Yeah. Well, I can't figure out how to put my PowerPoints up without and show the speaker notes.
Oh no, that you just have to mirror your screen. So look, when I get out, over there it's blank, but my screen is over here. So when you go over here, it's extending. Oh, right here. Does that make sense? So instead of clicking on where it mirrors, it extends, and then it fixes it.
Yeah, I have extend, but then on my, so I'll see this.
Yeah.
But then the TV will still look like that. So how do you get the PowerPoint on there?
Yeah. So as soon as I press play,
Interesting.
it's probably a setting in your program. Are you using PowerPoint itself?
I am using Canva now.
Oh yeah, that Canva won't do it.
Canva won't do it?
Apple product.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah, because it's in Keynote. Keynote knows that. I think you'd have to Google. I think there's a way that Canva will allow it, but you have to download an app. It can't be in the browser.
I have the Canva app. That's what I use.
So in the app itself, there might be a setting. I haven't used it, but I think there's a setting where it'll allow you to do presenters display and then whatever. Because in here, like, there's notes and you have presenters notes and all that other stuff. But
Yeah. Mashallah.
We're not allowed to
don't tell me.
But they're looking for a
This has
cover.
milk, huh?
Oh, you don't. Okay, then this coffee cup. I don't know.
Coffee's better.
Better? Also, it's coming.
Yes.
You want this?
Yeah, so actually, I do have a weekly Dawah class on Zoom.
Well, they're looking for the
Wednesday nights. And I can text you the information for it. It's free. It's open to the public. We got people all the way from Seattle to Florida joining it. And then tonight I'm going to be in Malden.
You're going to be in Malden? Wow.
That's right by you, right?
Well, it is, but it isn't. It's almost the same distance
That's
to some. But Malden is my community. Like I was the executive director, executive assistant to the director into the school, the principal of the school for like almost 7 years.
Wow.
And so the brothers and I out there are very, very
Close,
like
yeah.
family.
Okay.
Yes, mashallah.
It's okay. Inshallah, I'll be back, Yani. We'll have a future trip.
Okay.
Inshallah.
I'm looking forward to the rest of it.
Inshallah.
Definitely. Very nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Inshallah. Alhamdulillah.
inshallah.
But then
Let's
we
start.
can go and pray until like 12:50.
Yeah,
Then
to
make
give
that
people the time. Yeah, that's perfect. Let's do that.
For everybody, it's a shirt for on the site for with a huge discount.
Sure.
Are you sure that's okay?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's for the da'wah and stuff. You know what I mean? It's not
Yes.
like a business solicitation.
No, I mean it's not even. No,
Yeah.
I'm almost giving away for free.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But you understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
it's just because there's a prohibition against buying and selling in the masjid.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Inshallah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. If everybody got their tea, their refreshment, I know we went a little bit over, but it's okay for the break. We said 11:51. Now it's 12 exactly. So we'll continue. Inshallah ta'ala, and we'll go through this fairly quickly. Bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. So Bismillah. If I want to call, remember our call is to who? It's to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay? So if I don't know, if me as a Muslim, I don't know who Allah is, I can't do effective da'wah. In fact, I will tell you most of the problem, and most of the what stops people from accepting Islam a lot of times is a misrepresentation, a misunderstanding of who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is. Okay? Allah says, وَمَا قَدْرَ اللَّهَ حَقَّ قَدْرِهِ. They have never given Allah His right due. They haven't fully estimated Allah His full estimate, His full due, who He is, Azza wa Jal. Okay? One of the best ways to do this is to first explain to the person, if yani this is, now we're not in the conversation yet, but I'm just giving you guys this concept of sometimes the conversation can be as simple as, let me tell you who God is. Because, pause, in most Christian people's mind, God is who? Jesus, or He's the Father, or He's made up of all three in one. Which doesn't make any, like, how can, He's three people, and that's God. That's literally, technically, that actually is correct. When they say Jesus is God, this is incorrect. That's only a third. There's two other parts that they forget. Okay? But at the end of the day, there's that humanization of God, anthropomorphizing, right? So, in their conception, God is like a white man with a big white beard sitting above the clouds somewhere, dictating. So you have to deconstruct that whole idea. That's not who God is. That's not what we believe about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Let me tell you a little bit about who God is to me. Does that make sense? This is potentially one of the best ways to give da'wah, is to just talk about who God is. And like I said before, we like to share Surah Al-Ikhlas. Surah 112. And if you have a copy of the English translation of the Quran, give it to them. Have them read it and understand it. And if you are capable enough, break it down for them. So we believe God is uniquely one. He's a Samad, completely independent. Everything in the creation needs Him, yet He needs nothing. Right? What does that actually mean? And then لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. You break it down in a way that actually helps the person so much so. Then we break down other aspects of well. Okay? This is a slide that I like. We can get into shirk and tawheed. We don't need to do that today. We don't have enough time. When you know Allah, when you know God, so if you're a believer, you fear no one but Him, you hope in no one but Him, you depend on Him, your hardships shrink, they don't go away. His mercy expands. And you realize that the whole call is because of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay? Any questions on this? Very straightforward. This should be understood. Yeah.
The fact is that you have to fear Allah. And the saying was that because He's most loving, most caring. You should be afraid of yourself and your action, not Him.
Sure. But we're only using, I think this is somebody's water bottle. I don't know whose it is. No, it's not mine. It was one of the brothers. When I say the fear of Allah, right, we're using the term that Allah Himself used. إِنَّمَا يَخْشَى اللَّهَ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ الْعُلَمَاءِ. Indeed, the people of knowledge are the ones who truly fear Allah. And the word khashya in Arabic is different than khawf. Al-khashya wal-khawf. And we can break it down linguistically. What are the differences? One difference, one of the scholars here mentions, al-khashya mabnaha al-ilm, wal-khawf mabnaha al-jahl. The khashya is based on knowledge, khawf is based on ignorance. So a phobia, if a person says, like arachnophobia, they have a phobia of spiders, right? Is that a rational fear or irrational fear? It's irrational for the most part. Yeah, most spiders are harmless. And in fact, most of them are beneficial for you. Aslan, you know what I mean? They eat the bugs, they actually clean up. It's a natural insecticide. You understand what I'm saying? No, 1 second. I know where, just let me finish. So it's saying irrational fear. Khashya is rational fear, meaning you should be afraid of that. And because it's based on knowledge. And so Allah is saying in this verse that indeed the people of knowledge are the one who are truly fearful of Allah. Why? Because the more you learn about Allah, the more you learn about who He is. In the verse leading up to that, it says that these people stand up at night in prayer. They call out to Him in hope. They call out to Him in their wants. They call out to Him also in their fears. Okay? So we're not using a term that we're coming up with. We're using Allah's terms. That's why we put it there. Yeah. Yeah, I can show you why your God isn't loving though. For the Christian, you can tell them why it's false. This is not a valid argument. Does that make sense? So one of the da'wah techniques is to never accept any premise they put. So he just put a premise, not him, the Christian. In this scenario, put a premise that our God is love and your God is fear. Okay? I don't have to argue that. Actually, I deconstruct the premise. It's actually a logical fallacy. The Christian conception of God is actually terrible. There's no love whatsoever in that. Tell me what's loving about crucifying somebody innocent for someone else's sins. How is that love? Oh, there has to be a blood. The price of sin is blood. How is that love? Versus, I turn to God and say, Ya Rab, forgive me, and He forgives me. Which one is more loving?
There's also the exclusion of these things that I realized was, like yesterday when I was conversing with someone, he told me that they usually call their own God Father, or most people call Allah. So I later realized that the notion of Father being used by Jesus Christ in the Bible was used figuratively, like not biologically.
It's used metaphorically. So the word father is a metaphorical father, not a literal father. Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Okay? Is that everybody with me so far? Okay. We're going to get into the caller. Okay. Who should be giving da'wah? Yeah. Oh. It shows that it's connected to something. Because it pulled up, you know what I mean? It changed the... MashaAllah. But we'll continue while we get the technical stuff figured out, inshallah ta'ala. Who should be... What are the characteristics of the da'i, the caller? And while you're thinking about the characteristics, what they should have... What's the single most important characteristic to have? We mentioned it before, but we're going to reiterate it now. Not just, so identity is in what they should be doing. Now, but what's the most important thing for you to have? Intention, sincerity, yes. Everything else is correct, it's there. But I'm saying the most important, if I have to make a list, sincerity is at the top. There's nothing more important than ikhlas, than sincerity. Because if you don't have sincerity, Allah's not accepting. If Allah's not accepting, it doesn't matter what you do. Right? Because we're not doing it for worldly gain. We're not doing it because we're doing this for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone. Okay? طيب. After sincerity, then what comes next? Knowledge, patience, wisdom, Continue. Hikmah, wisdom, understanding, emotional intelligence, EQ, honesty, yes. Love, 100%. Somebody's paying attention. I love for the person, I love for myself. Absolutely. Can we continue? We're making a list. You guys already know this. This is what I'm trying to show you, is that we know what causes, what we need in the da'i, right? So, the most important quality, we said sincerity. Okay? Then we had knowledge. Then we have character, akhlaq. If you don't have good character, what are you doing? We all know this. We don't need to break any of this down. Going deeper, tawakkul, sabr, tawadu', making dua for the person, mercy, courage, wisdom, modeling that behavior. All of these, we can find them in the character of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He was the perfect da'i. Emulating him sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the best way to do it. And this helps us become the da'wah that we want to give. Any questions on that section? I think very straightforward. Remember again, the most important and oftentimes the most difficult one to develop is sincerity. Because a lot of times a person takes his shahada, you're posting it online, you're doing all these other things, it becomes very detrimental to your, why am I doing this at the end of the day? We have to be doing it for the right reasons. Okay, the da'wah downfall. We're going to go through some scenarios. I want you guys to tell me what went wrong. You guys ready? We have 6 scenarios. 3 from the seerah and then 3 modern. You guys with me? Okay. In the Battle of Hunayn, you can read the scenario that's on the screen. What went wrong? Remember, they had the largest army ever assembled, Muslim army, and they got ambushed. Why? Yeah.
Because they thought the amount of them were, because they knew, the amount of
Yeah. Yes. قالوا لن نغلب اليوم من قلة. Right? We're not going to be defeated because we're small in number. We got it. Like, look how many we are. خلاص. Yeah. See, every time, up to the point, the Muslims were outnumbered. Big time. Even in Hunayn, by the way, people don't know this. In Hunayn, they were still outnumbered, but it wasn't that much. But they thought, خلاص, we're filling the gap. We can do it ourselves. Terrible lesson. Right? They have to learn it that way, that it's never about you, your strength, your ableness, all of these things. So what I don't want to happen is after you do like one of these workshops and then you're going to go out there and be like, khalas, I got it. I'm going to be the best da'i ever known. This is not how it works. I've been humbled time and time and time again. I can tell you right now, I'm one of the worst when it comes to, so, you know what I mean? Khalas, this is how it is. You have to remember, at the end of the day, we rely upon who to guide? Allah. Everything else doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. Oh, you woof it and you're like, man, that was the most terrible pitch, and then they say yes. Yeah, 100%. This happens all the time. Okay? The reliance shifted, right? Shifted from Allah to themselves. Okay. We have the hadith, next scenario. We have the hadith of the man who he had to perform. He woke up, they were traveling, there's a journey, and a man woke up, he had to take ghusl, he had a head injury, and he asked his companions with him, أَتَرَوْنَ لِي فِي الْغُسْلِ عُذْرٍ? Can I not do ghusl? And they said, لا, you have to make ghusl. What did he do? He did. And then he got water on the wound, it got infected, he ended up dying. And when they came back to Medina, and the Prophet heard about the story, he said, what? قَتَلُوهُ قَتَلَهُمُ اللَّهُ. It's one of the most terrible things that the Prophet has ever said to a Muslim. They killed him, may Allah kill them. He made dua against them. Why would he make such a frightening dua against somebody? What was their mistake? Not only ignorance. Being ignorant is one thing. But what did they do with that ignorance? Aywa, they still gave a fatwa. They gave a ruling without knowledge. Okay? You guys are with me on this. This is terrible. Oh. What's the lesson for us in da'wah? If you don't know, say, I don't know. Be safe. You can end up killing somebody. Obviously, and inshallah not, but you understand. Here, the Prophet ﷺ even made dua against them. Okay? So you have to be very careful to speak without knowledge. Tayyib. The Bedouin urinating in the masjid. You all know this story. They got up. Imagine if it happened today. Somebody came into the masjid and I mean, nobody would do that, but they would do something else. What would we do to that person? Yeah. You guys know the story of the brother? He was in the Marines, came back to America, saw all these Muslims in his small town in Indiana, and he goes nuts that a woman in hijab is shopping at his store. There's even a girl in hijab in his daughter's class. He gets so upset that he wants to blow up the masjid. Okay? But then finally his daughter tells him, just go first. Do you even know those people? Like, she doesn't know that he wants to do this. He's just pushing out this hate. She says, go to the mosque first. Okay, I'm going to go to the mosque. And he goes in, and there was a brother there. So I personally know the brother that gave him da'wah, and I know the guy. And he talks to him, and he's like, why? He was very mean, but the brother took him in, talked to him nicely, you know what I mean, all these other things, gave him a copy of the Quran, come back, all these other things. 6 weeks later, what happens? The guy takes his shahada. He went from wanting to blow up the masjid to becoming Muslim. A wonderful brother. If you guys, you can check it out online. I forgot the name of the documentary. Stranger at the Door? Yes. Stranger at the Gate. Stranger at the Gate. He came here. Perfect. Yeah. Amazing, brother. But imagine somebody gave him da'wah. That was the idea. He went to the masjid. Somebody there was welcoming. It could be the other way around. Now, of course, some people have malicious intent. There was a guy who did this. He interested in Islam. And he went to, this is in France. And he went into the masjid, and the brother showed him how to make wudu and pray, and as they're standing there praying, the guy stabbed him to death. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is like last year. So there are some crazy people out there, but for the most part, there are people, because here's the thing, somebody like him, that hate, it's coming from a place, because he himself is hurt. You know how they say hurt people? Meaning people that are hurting, they want to put that hurt on someone else. And that's all that was happening. Okay? So, Bedouin in the masjid. How did the companions react? What did they want to do to him? Which is, if I saw, but the Prophet said what? No, just pour some water over it, let's talk to him. He talked to him and he became Muslim. Okay? I need a volunteer to read this. Anybody want to read? Volunteer to read? Yeah. Do you guys have a mic? Where's the mic? Yeah, you have a mic. Same thing. We're going to read the scenario and then you tell me what's wrong with it.
You're on a break at work and your work colleague, John, asks you a question. Why do Muslims pray? You answer the question as best as you can, but it leads to follow-up questions. Why do you need to wash your feet in the sink? Can you not just pray them all at once at the end of the day? Why do you need to take an extended lunch on Fridays? This goes on until the break is over, and all you have done is answer his question upon question.
Yep. What went wrong? So defensive mindset, sure. It's good, yeah. He answered every question. How is that a bad thing, Sheikh? Okay. Opposite sides, sure. Yeah, it's like, Very good. Okay. So did he ever give him da'wah? Did he ever invite him? Missed opportunity. He never gave him da'wah. I'm answering questions, but am I giving da'wah? Do you guys see the difference? Answering questions does not equal giving da'wah. You're just answering questions. So those are two different things. Can you give da'wah like this? Did you offend them, or you feel like you offended them? We don't know if that's real though or not. We'll come back to that. In this scenario, okay, let me ask you guys a question. Who controls a conversation? The person answering or the person questioning? The questioner is actually in control, correct? In this scenario, who's controlling the conversation then? John. Okay, does John know where he needs to go to get da'wah? No. He's just asking questions. By the way, is John a malicious person? Like, does he have bad intentions? No, he's very curious. We have a lot of coworkers like this. Okay? Do you guys want to role play? Sure. Absolutely. 100%. That's why I like wiping on my socks. But who wants to role play this? Okay, so what's your name, brother? Zaki. MashaAllah, inshallah, always Zaki. Inshallah. So, Zaki, I'm going to be John. Okay? So I'm asking you, so hey Zaki, like why do Muslims pray 5 times a day?
Because we believe that there is one God and He created us to worship Him.
Oh.
And that's our purpose. Our primary purpose on this earth is to worship Him. And we pray just like people before us, from the tribe of Israel and followers of Jesus.
Wow, okay, cool. So, is that why you put your feet in the sink?
Yeah, so in order to pray, we have requirements. One of them is to be pure. So when you're standing in front of God, you should not be dirty because you're in a very sanctuous setting.
Very nice. But they're spread out. You can't. Why can't you just pray them all at the end of the day?
We have the message that's sent by Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He came with the book, the Quran, which is not modified until today, and it's prescribed not only to pray 5 times a day, but when to pray.
Mm-hmm. And that's, you take an extended lunch on Friday because of that.
That's a good point. No, we attend as part of our requirements is to pray just like people go to church on Sundays or the synagogue on Saturdays. In the mosque on Fridays. So
Cool.
it's not lunch, it's actually a prayer.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Zaki. If I have any more questions, I'll let you know. And I leave.
Do you have any other questions? Are you aware?
No, I'm okay. You answered the ones, but if I get some more, I'll let you know.
Sure.
Pause. Okay. How did he do, by the way? Give him a round. He volunteered. Jazakallah khair. Okay. Did he give me da'wah? So wait, I have people saying yes and people saying no. Yes? Kind of half-half? You're saying no. Okay, why are you saying no?
It was again the same thing. He was answering the question, but not, I would say, going towards giving the dawah.
So am I close, like John, let's say me, John, am I close to like even thinking about Islam as a way of life?
Yes, because as John, you might be curious. He was mentioning that okay, the purpose of praying is like to worship the Creator, something like that. So you might be curious. Oh, these people are worshiping the Creator. Though I have my own belief.
But did you get that from the way I was asking?
No.
Did you get that from anything that I said?
No.
Very good. There's a lot of information. You're giving me a lot of information, and maybe later down the road, you know, it might change his idea. Maybe. So it is a form. There's some. It's da'wah related, but was there an invitation? You guys understand what happened? So how then would we fix this? Yeah. Very good. Absolutely. In fact, and where should that question be? From the very beginning. After that first question, right? When you gave me a good spiel about Islam and what you do, what you worship, what do you do immediately right after that? Because remember, it's a da'wah conversation. Otherwise, this is just one-sided. You do what? بالضبط. Flip it around. Ask him, oh, hey, John, so do you worship? Do you pray? I'm assuming, are you religious in any way? And then John has to respond, oh, you know, I'm kind of, you know, I just like to learn about different religions. I'm not religious myself, but, you know, you've given me a lot to think about. Now we're getting something out of him. Now I understand his motivation. Why is he asking? Why is he interested? And we can take, now I'm getting better at diagnosing what is it that he needs. Yeah. No, during answering the first question. You give him an answer, and then you ask him a question. This is like any conversation. Right? Why do you ask, John? Why are you curious? I can ask him that, because he asked me a question. In normal conversations, if somebody asks a question, you get a question back. But a lot of times what we do as Muslims, we think that we have to be very polite. And I don't want to ask him anything. I don't want to disturb the boat. Shaykh, that's not politeness. That's actually, you're not doing him a favor. Ask him a question, not a problem. If he doesn't want to answer it, he doesn't answer it. But there was no eventual invitation, right? And I didn't get the back and forth. Does that make sense? Everybody with me? Okay. I need another volunteer to read. Yes. This happened to you. Yeah. By the way, anybody else this happened to? Where you get asked like just a bazillion questions? Yeah, it's happened to a lot of people.
So I was a young graduate student coming from Waterloo to Toronto. And on the bus, there was a guy sitting next to me. And, I was wearing hijab. Didn't know much about Islam, but as a practice, I used to wear hijab. So he started to ask me a question. And this whole 1.5 hour ride was basically him asking me a question. And I would,
answer, but you're not asking him any questions.
Yeah, because I did not know anything about Dawah and all of this. But however, subhanAllah, after all of this conversation, he said that very reasonable religion.
Wow.
And then he said, I'm a pastor myself. And
he's a pastor.
Yeah, and I had no idea what pastor means because I just came to Canada at that time from my home country, and which is largely Muslim dominated. So I think this is a very different experience. I felt like nothing went wrong there. At least he got the message that it's a very reasonable religion. So something still could go right if we answer a question. Sure. That's my opinion.
Yeah. But what would have been? You did good. But then there's better. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I felt like there was a missed opportunity.
Allahu A'lam. Sometimes, wallah, Allah works in ways, khalas, guidance is in His hands. Maybe you actually did what's better. Okay? Actually, you'd be surprised. I've met plenty of pastors where their entire seminary training, they do nothing with Islam or even other religions. Wallah, I've met plenty of pastors, and it's like, we don't even go into that much detail. They're like, here's the 5 pillars, here's the this, is very basic. It's like what we teach to Sunday school kids, less. Maybe he went to a better seminary. Okay? I need a volunteer to read. Anybody want to read? Nobody wants to read? Even from the sisters? Yeah, there's the mic. You have the mic. Okay.
The Christian at the stall. You are at your weekly Islamic awareness stall in the city center, handing out leaflets on Islam. A lady walks on by and politely tells you she is Christian, that she believes in Jesus and that he is enough for her because he's the Son of God who died for her sins. You quickly reel off Bible verses on how Jesus was not God and that he was ignorant of the hour. So how is it possible he was God? You say to her with a smile on your face, how weak is your God that he died on a cross? What went wrong?
Yeah. Is attacking her? Sure. Yeah. We're not. 100%. She's going to be defensive. We're going to have a debate now. Is it going to work? Is she going to, most likely is not going to accept that, at least not in the moment, anything that he says. Okay? Is he coming from a place of love or care? I think it's clear. Salah? Anything else? Like, by the way, is what he said wrong? So the what is actually correct, but it's the how that was wrong. Okay? What he said is actually correct, but we have to present it in a good way. We can't just, we're just like, bam, blowing everything up, because I have to show them, there's a way. Okay? Everybody with me so far? Okay, good. I need a volunteer to read the third one. Any volunteer? From the brother? You got it? Okay. Go ahead. We're reading about David.
David, your non-Muslim friend from university, David, meets up with you and you get into a discussion over religion. David tells you the reason he does not believe anymore is because he was close to his mother, and when she died, his belief in God also died. After he finishes, you start giving him a rational argument for God's existence, going through the argument from dependency and the argument for the fine-tuning of the universe.
Okay, what's wrong with this scenario? Yeah. Absolutely. Ahsant. Okay, correct. David's problem with religion, is it a rational or an emotional one? It's an emotional one. But the da'i decides to come at it from what? Purely rational. In fact, it's like the ultra rational. This is by the too rational. Does anybody know what the argument from dependency is? Some people, yeah? It's a very technical argument. We do it in our atheism class. We're not going to do it today. However, on the field, like in actual da'wah, like at da'wah tables, I've never once used it. Not once. Okay? Because I found you don't need it. Okay? It's one of those things that you have it in your toolbox, but I've never used it. Okay? What about the argument for the fine-tuning of the universe? Do you guys know what that one is? The argument goes that the universe is so finely tuned, right? Like the physics, there's those constants that we have, like the gravitational constant. It's so finely tuned that it's 120 digits long, that we can measure it. So it's off even by 1 digit. Gravity wouldn't work the way that it works, which means stars couldn't form, galaxies couldn't form, life couldn't form. And that number is so astronomically big, the variations that it could potentially be are larger than like the amount of atoms in the known universe. It's a crazy amount. Okay? So the argument is that can't be by chance. There's no amount of chance also that could be. Right? So this tells you that it has to be intentional. This has led, by the way, people like Elon Musk to say, oh, we live in a simulation. because everything is governed by math, so finely tuned that it seems like it's a computer program. This is why he believes that. Instead of saying God, instead of saying God did it, he doesn't want to believe in God. So he's like, no, we live in a computer simulation, whatever. Do you ever tell an emotional person, hey, you're being emotional? No, don't do that. Especially if you're married. Okay? But you're not wrong. You have to point that out gently. But you can't outright say like, you're being emotional right now. That's the end of the conversation. Yes.
I learned the same thing in a marriage lecture.
Uh-huh.
If one spouse is coming from an emotional standpoint and you're coming from a logical standpoint,
Uh-huh.
well. But can you give an example of, in this case, how do you...
Who wants to role play? Who wants to role play? Okay, I'm going to be David. And your name, brother? Farhan. Farhan, ask me, why don't I believe in God? No, ask me, just ask me why I don't believe. You know, I used to, but then my mother, rest in peace, she passed away, and after she died, my belief in God also died. Yeah. It's been a couple years now. She got cancer, terrible, and it was a hard time for all of us. So I feel like she was taken away from me too soon.
So really sorry about that. I mean, it's very hard, emotionally very tough on anybody.
Yeah.
To see their mother pass away. But one thing we have to remember that she's in a better place. She was obviously, if you're having cancer, as you know.
Is she? I don't know. She's 6 feet under.
Right. But what I'm saying is, even
she's
if
not with me anymore. Like it's
that I completely understand that. I mean, I totally empathize because obviously, you crave for your mother's company. Obviously anyone does. However, what one can think about, it doesn't solve your pain, it doesn't reduce it, but when you have cancer, there's a lot of pain associated with it, right? And in a certain way, her not going through that pain is probably something to think about. Not saying that that's right, that she passed away. Obviously, anyone passing away is traumatic. But
yeah, that her suffering ended. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, her suffering ended, and so she was in it. And probably, if you think about it, we all know that at some point anything living has to pass away. Well, how we pass away could be different. Somebody could pass away by cancer. Somebody could die in an accident. We never know, but regardless of what it is, it's going to be painful, and that is the reality. Whether it is emotionally difficult to accept it, but with time we have to kind of come to the realization that this is an inevitable truth as any living being. And so, what do you think about that? Would you agree? Generally.
Sure.
So and
it doesn't take away the pain. And I still miss her.
Of course, the pain will never go away,
Yeah. Okay, we're going to pause. What is he doing that's good? Empathizing, compassion. Okay. Very good. Yeah, you're doing good. Okay. I just, for the sake of time, is what I'm cutting off because we can go on. This conversation can be like another 20 minutes. What are some of the things that we could potentially tell a person like this? Remember, in the first scenario, the problem was one person was asking all the questions, the da'i wasn't. If you're the da'i, think of questions that you can ask David. Instead of lecturing him, because he went on a whole spiel, everybody dies, all these other things. Remember, David right now is just sitting. Instead, I want to engage David. I want to get something out of him. So instead of talking to him, I should do what? Ask him questions. Think of questions to ask David. Okay, very straightforward. What about the death of your mother that caused you to lose your belief in God? Okay. Yeah. What would your mother be thinking right now if she were alive, seeing you not believing anymore? That's a very we're guilt tripping him a little bit, but sure. Sometimes, But I would ask him, honestly, the first question I would say, tell me about your mom. What kind of woman was she? What kind of mother was she? Get that out of him. Right? Yeah, your best memory of your mother. Tell me a little bit about her. What did you guys do that caused you said you were close to her, that caused you to believe? Like, did you guys go to church together? Were you guys worshiping together? What was that? Right? And then maybe I can, navigate to there, maybe eventually get to there, but I have to get it out of him to then figure out what is it that he needs. But we know it's an emotional problem, so empathizing with him, excellent. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sure your mother was a great person, all these other things. But coming at it purely rational, this is a no-go. We don't need that. By the way, most atheists, are they rational about why they're atheists, or are they emotional? They say that they're rational, but it's actually an emotional response. And I can prove it to you guys. So in our atheist class, this is a little bit from that, but they're not a problem. We have 4 types of atheists. You guys ready? How much time do we have? 9 minutes. You have what we call a positive atheist. So he's an affirmative, meaning he tells you, I'm an atheist because I have an argument. Okay, that's what we'll call it an affirmation. Again, he's an affirmative because he has an argument for why he's an atheist. We'll park him to the side. Then you have a negative atheist. So he's the person who says, there's no proof for God, therefore I don't believe in him. Now pause. Technically, is this person actually an atheist? Technically, he's agnostic. But he's saying, I'm an atheist. Do you see the difference? He's saying, because I don't have proof, therefore I'm not. So you come as a Muslim or a da'i, say, if I were to show you proof, would you believe? Most of the time, you know what they say? And I've seen this myself. No, you don't have proof. There is no proof. You can't show me proof. Now, he doesn't have proof for his position, but he's also claiming that you don't have proof either. This is why he's an atheist. If he was fair, he would actually call himself an agnostic. But a lot of them don't. Or at least they used to. Okay? Technically, this guy is an agnostic, but he's rejecting even the premise that you have proof. Let me show you. I can do the argument from dependency, fine-tuning, whatever, right? And I don't accept it. I don't, agree. I don't, whatever. Sometimes it'll be fair and be like, okay, show me, demonstrate. You have 10 minutes. Yalla, bismillah, and you can go through it. So that's category number 2. Category number 3 are what we call cultural atheists. This is the vast majority of people that are atheists. They don't fully understand the theology, the history. They're just going along with the flow. This is how they grew up. Their parents never took them to church. They never talked to them about God. They're just going, through their life. This person, is he technically an atheist? La. He's actually technically agnostic as well. Because he doesn't know why he's an atheist. He's just going along with the flow. Yeah, I was never religious. Is there a God? I don't know. I don't think so. If there was, he would have told me. In their mind, they're thinking it would be something bigger. Even a cultural atheist is technically not an atheist. Then the last category, and this is the most dangerous category, are the people that we call mesotheists. Okay? They don't like the term. Okay? But this is what we call them. So theist, theo is of God in Greek. Meso, not like miso soup. We're talking about miso in Greek means to hate. These are people that hate God, a'udhu billah, and this is why they don't believe in him. Somebody like Richard Dawkins, okay? He's a mesotheist. Why? He talks about God more than people who are believers in God. If you listen to his talks, don't listen to them, by the way. But if you have, inadvertently, may Allah protect your ears. If you listen, his whole lecture is about, why did God say this in the Bible? Why does God say this? Why did God do this? Why did God allow this? Why does God allow evil? Why? Yani, at the end of the day, when you think about it, logically, he's complaining about God. He's not denying his existence. He doesn't like God. When a person has a problem with evil, so the problem of evil is usually the number one reason why people don't believe in God. But the problem of evil is a you problem, it's not God's problem. It's that you can't handle the challenge. You don't like what God decreed. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. You don't like God's decree, it doesn't matter. God is still there. In fact, if anything, this is proving that you disagree with him, you're objecting to him, you're critical of him. You're a mesotheist. You're technically not an atheist. A lot, yes. Do you guys understand? So, 3 categories, even though they say that they're atheists, they're technically not. Only the first category, we said, was the affirmative. So they say, I have proof. Then we look at their proof and we analyze it. Is it a rational proof or an irrational one? And almost always it's an irrational one, which tells you that atheism itself is actually never rational. Because you can deconstruct any proof that they have. They say, oh, I believe in science. I don't believe in God. Yahi, why are those two different? Who said that? What about science tells you that there's no God? There isn't anything in science that says there's no God. Well, what about evolution? Yeah, what about evolution? What about evolution says that there's no God? There isn't anything in evolution, by the way, that says that there's no God. Fish, mafi. It might go against some texts, religious texts, way more the Bible than the Quran, but that doesn't prove either or. Okay? Does that make sense? So it's not a proof against God, if anything.
So I think one more category, I think that covers in your cultural category, is the academic category. You know, people who go to liberal universities, who might be deeply entrenched in sciences or liberal arts. It's not that they really are atheists at the core. It's more about following a paradigm.
Exactly. They're following the culture. It says this, I'm going to go along with that flow.
And
absolutely.
You see a lot of Muslims too who go to these places, who are deeply into research and things like that, who get into this trap maybe not out of any conviction, but out of the fact that they need to quote unquote fit in.
Social pressure. Absolutely. So that's in that cultural paradigm. Social pressure is very powerful. And then just to fit in, they kind of go along, even if they don't understand it. We deal with, so in Sapiens, we get a lot of people that are like having doubts, shubuhat, or on the verge, a'udhu billah, may Allah protect all of us, of leaving Islam, or in some cases have left. Every single one thinks that he's very rational about his decision to leave, and in every single case, there's actually a personal, emotional reason for them to leave, not a rational one. And we help them see that. But it takes time to deconstruct that. We have to like talk to them and diagnose it. Okay? So, any questions on this? I hope inshallah ta'ala the breakdown was helpful. Yeah.
Based on your experience, which one is easier to give dawah to? Atheist or other faiths?
It depends on the person. It's not one or the other. I've had easy Christians, I've had difficult Christians. I've had easy atheists, I've had difficult atheists. It depends on the person. And their convictions and why they hold the beliefs that they hold, which is why you have to ask them questions. Why are you an atheist? Why are you a Christian? Now you don't ask that question up front, but if that's what you're trying to find out. And they'll tell you, right? And then it becomes easy dawah after that. Okay, so what we noticed, sometimes there's endless cycles of questioning. Sometimes people speak without knowledge. If we aim to win the argument, we can easily lose the person. And we have to understand that we have to pick the right tool for the right moment. What does the person need? But I can only know that once I ask them questions and listen to them. Okay? So knowing the human being. We have 1 more minute, but we'll pause after this slide or the next one. We treat in our dawah, especially like if we're going to go to the World Cup and the FIFA, we have our dawah table. Don't do this mistake. But we treat the person like a robot. Meaning input, rational, logical argument for Islam. Output, shahada. Right? It's like ChatGPT. People do not work this way. There's a reason why you love chatting with ChatGPT. Right? because they're sycophantic. They're going to agree with you. Oh, excellent question. This is an excellent point of view. All of a sudden they train them on agreeing with you and pushing all these things. Don't fall for it. Okay? This is why people were able to get shahadas out of like their chat GPT. It's easy. It's not hard. If you understand how the LLM, at the end of the day, it's a large language model. If you understand how it works, you can get anything out of it. Okay? But human beings, very difficult. Or very easy, depending on your experience. Sometimes it's very easy to get people to open up. Sometimes it's hard. You have to know the individual that you're talking to. People are made up of multiple parts. One of the most important parts is the fitrah. Okay? Which is why the da'wah method that I'm teaching you here, technically, is the fitrah method. Meaning our goal is to eventually find the human fitrah inside of everybody and wake that up. Fitrah-based da'wah. Okay? We're not being overly rational or we're trying to appeal to the fitrah first and foremost. That's it. Okay? Obviously, every human being is born upon the natural fitrah, and then that gets corrupted as they grow up. Or it stays pure. Okay? And the fitrah is that natural disposition that Allah created in every human being. Okay? Any questions right now? It's 12:51. I think we'll pause here, give people a break to make wudu, make adhan, and then we pray at 1 o'clock, correct? The iqamah is at 1? Okay. And then after the iqamah, pray your sunnah quickly, we'll come back, we'll resume inshallah ta'ala, just so that you guys know where we are. In terms of slides, I'm on slide 82 of 183. Okay? Meaning we're on module, what module is this? What number? Module 8. There's 17 modules. We're on module 8. Okay? We're not behind. By the way, we're doing good on time. We have some listening exercises and some other things we're going to do, difficult conversations. So we're okay, inshallah ta'ala. Okay. Sheikh.
Jazakallah khair. So inshallah we're going to pray Dhuhr at 1 o'clock. This will give you guys some time to make wudu and everything. And then after Dhuhr we're going to have a break until 1:45. There is lunch downstairs for purchase inshallah for anyone who's interested. So you can go downstairs. They made very good looking food. Send me a picture. I can't put it up on the TVs, but I think you'll want it inshallah. So we'll pray. It'll be a few minutes for the prayer, and then we'll go downstairs for lunch, and then we're going to come back at 1:45 inshallah. Okay? Go ahead.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Hayya ala salah.
حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله صلى الله تعالى عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. So Alhamdulillah, we had a great first half of our Dawah workshop with our Sheikh Anwar. If you weren't here from the beginning, it's okay, inshallah. Please feel free to stay until the end. We are going to break now until 1:45, so like 35, almost 40 minutes, inshallah. Because there is food downstairs. You can go purchase some lunch, relax for a little bit, maybe have some more role-playing conversations, yeah, inshallah. And then we'll come back up here and start the program at 1:45, and we'll finish off at 4 o'clock, inshallah. So please, if you haven't been here, it's okay. Feel free to come and join from now, inshallah, and you can take some time to relax until 1:45. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Not yet. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. We're going to start the program back up. Please make your way. Please make your way up. We're going to start the program now, inshallah.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man walah, amma ba'd. We hope that you guys had a good lunch. Don't fall asleep on me after eating all that food. But inshallah, we'll begin. And we have some exercises that we're going to go into. Okay? Remember we said the workshop, so as you saw, there was a lot of interaction. This is, we're going to be doing 2 listening exercises that will help with the da'wah. Okay? Some of you might have already done these. If you have, great, you already know how to do it. If not, not a problem, inshallah ta'ala. Remember, we're at the part where we said the human being is not a robot. They have a lot of parts. One of the most important parts is the fitrah. And that part of our da'wah is to appeal and awaken or uncloud the fitrah. Because what happens, it gets clouded. What clouds the fitrah? The upbringing, the environment, their own ego, sins, mistakes can cloud it, distractions, al-ghafla, okay? All of these things cloud the fitrah, and so we have to help uncloud it. We don't uncloud it ourselves, but we at least help them, get them things that can uncloud the fitrah so that they can see the truth as truth and then follow it. And they see falsehood as falsehood and stay away from it. Okay? The human being is actually made up of 4 main faculties. Al-jasad, the body, al-aql, the mind, al-qalb, the heart, and ar-ruh, the soul. Okay? Different faculties need different things. The body has needs, the mind has needs, the heart has needs, the soul has needs. Okay? This is why we have to identify what does a person need. A lot of people, especially in modern times, are spiritually empty. And they might tell you this, but they might not. Whereas like, I have everything in life. Money, check. Right? Health, check. All these other, check. But spiritually, I feel empty inside. Have we heard this before? We've many times heard it. Okay? Or the opposite. Somebody spiritually, check. But body, health, no. Health is terrible. Or intellectually, terrible. Or wealth, everybody has certain needs that they might be prioritizing in the moment, or things that are empty, things that are more fuller. Okay? So with this in mind, our da'wah becomes uncovering as much as it is teaching. In fact, it might be more uncovering than it is actually installing some new information. And we're trying to like cleanse their fitrah as much as I'm trying to show them what Islam is. Oftentimes our perception of da'wah before was what? Let me tell you about Islam. Because they don't know. But if their fitrah is still clouded, they might not accept what you're having to say. So a portion of our da'wah has to also uncloud what's there in order for them to actually be very receptive to Islam. This is why a lot of times our da'wah fails, because we failed to help uncloud their fitrah. So if I'm throwing the truth at it, but it's clouded, it's not going to stick. That's the problem. So to uncover, we have to diagnose what does the person need. In order to know what the person needs, I have to be willing to listen to them. Now listening has its limits, but listening is necessary. A lot of us will jump. A person comes to the table. This has happened many times. A sister comes to the table. What are you guys doing here? Oh, we're talking to people about Islam. Islam, yeah, this is the Quran. Do you know anything about Islam? Islam is where we believe that there's only one God and we pray and we do this. And so the brother went on for like 10 minutes. This happened in front of me. We were at Shelby Farms. This is a park in Memphis. After 10 minutes, the lady says, I'm Muslim. Yeah, exactly. Now he didn't guess, because the way that she's dressed, he didn't even think that she was Muslim, right? Okay, but if he asked any question about her and just listened to her before he talked, he would have known that. He saved himself and her and everything else. He was embarrassed. He's like, man, what the heck have I done? Okay? So don't begin your spiel until you know where the person is. Make sense? Yeah. In the very beginning. So excellent question. So we have a whole module on initiation, how to initiate a conversation. And we have a whole module on the map for the conversation. Where are we? So like a map, like GPS, we determine where we are and where we need to go. So some people might be different in their journey. Some person doesn't even have the basics. Some people have the basics. Some people are actually way beyond the basics. If I have to diagnose where the person is on the map, okay? And then we focus on initiation. But once I know where they are on the map, then I know where to go. Because the destination, I know what the destination is. What's the destination? La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. And it's just about navigating there. So we'll focus on all of that, right? You're getting ahead, which is good. It means, it tells me that you're on track. Okay? Very good. You guys ready to listen? You've been listening for a while. Okay. We're going to do some listening exercises. You can't reach a heart that you haven't heard. From the Quran, we have even multiple places where hearing is praised. Even the Prophet ﷺ, they used to mock, Bani Israel used to mock the Prophet ﷺ, saying that he's an ear. قُلْ هُوَ أُذُنُ خَيْرٍ. He is a good ear, meaning he listens. Meaning Allah praised him because he listens to the believers. He's lending them an ear. And then of course Surah Al-Mujadala, the whole reason its revelation was that Allah heard that woman who was complaining about her husband. And that the Prophet ﷺ listened to her. He didn't even offer a solution, by the way. The Prophet ﷺ did not have a solution. All he did was listen to her. She's going through a hard time, I'm going to listen. And Allah is the one who revealed her solution, not the Prophet ﷺ. That's how important listening is. We have 5 levels of listening. Okay? Level number 1, do not do this. This is ignoring. This is where the listening where you're only waiting for the person to finish for you to talk. Unfortunately, many people employ this type of listening in da'wah because they treat it as a debate. So in a debate, what's going on is the other person is talking, so in his mind, I'm formulating the points that I want to hit. Oh, I'm going to mention how the Trinity is terrible, and I'm going to mention how this and then this. So all you're doing is listening for when the other person stops talking so that you can talk. Is this good? No. Do not do this form of listening, ever. Neither in your relationships, nor in da'wah, nor in anything. Number 2, pretending. And you're kind of there, you're kind of not. You're on your phone, you're distracted. You hear a few words here and there, but you're not paying attention. This is hearing, not listening. I hear you, but you're not actually listening. It's not active listening, it's passive. Also, do not do this. Okay? Level number 3, this is one that we want to employ. That's attentive listening. I'm paying attention to the content. Okay, I'm paying attention to the information that you're giving me. This is good. Okay? Level number 4 is not only, we're listening to the content, but I'm listening to the emotion. This is empathetic listening. So I'm listening to how the person is expressing themselves. It sounds like you're very sad. Sounds like you're very angry. This is frustrating to you. Or man, it sounds like you had a wonderful time. I'm paying attention necessarily to as much as the content, as much as the emotion behind it. This is very good, by the way. This level of listening is very good to employ in a marriage. Your wife is telling you about her day. She doesn't want you to remember necessarily the details, but hear the emotion, right? What she was going through. So when the wife says to the husband, oh, you never listen to me. It's because he wasn't doing this level. Okay? Because the way that you say something is as important as what you say. In fact, a lot of times for our spouses, women especially, how you say something is way more important than what you say. Okay? The content actually matters way less than the tone, body language, all those things. So emotional listening, empathetic listening, is where I pay attention to the body language of the person. Okay, pay attention to the tone. Pay attention to how they're saying certain things. That's important. Okay? Oftentimes in da'wah, you'll find yourself doing this. You look uncomfortable. Is everything okay? Can I get you some water? Can I get you... Like, it's okay, I don't bite. We can have this. You can tell immediately just from their body language whether they want to have a conversation or not. Okay? Then the last level, this level we will not employ in da'wah. It's almost impossible to employ. Okay? Unless you're married to the person that you're giving da'wah to, which I wouldn't recommend. And that is, you're listening to what's not being said. What are they leaving out? Okay? You can only do this level of listening with somebody that you have a baseline of rapport with. Okay? So spouses do this very well. The husband talks to the wife and she says immediately like, honey, is everything okay? Something is off. Because she's listening to what's not being said. Usually he would say this and this, and today he didn't say that, so I know something's not there. Something is off. Okay, this is where you have so much of a rapport and an understanding with the person that you can identify those things. But with a stranger, it's almost impossible to know that because you don't have a baseline. Clear? Now you might generate a baseline based upon trends. So if it's a Christian and he leaves out certain things that you know, okay, maybe he doesn't really believe in that because he didn't bring it up. But that's only also with experience. But we're not even going to bother with that. That's more advanced da'wah training. Today we're just going to focus on level number 3 and level number 4. You guys ready? Okay. So, we're going to do level number 3. You're going to find a partner. So I want every 2 people that are sitting next to each other, turn to each other. One of you guys is going to be person A, and the sisters do it as well. So if you're sitting by yourself, find a partner to sit with. We're going to do this exercise together, inshallah ta'ala. Person number A, person B. Okay? Person A, you're going to find something that you genuinely love. It could be about Islam, about your life. It could be your car. It could be your iPhone. It could be whatever, whatever it is that you want. A food, a place, a vacation, preferably something about Islam, but we're a little biased. Something that you love, and you're going to speak about it for 3 minutes. Person B, your job is to what? Listen attentively. This is level number 3. So you're going to listen to the content, the information that he's giving you. Then we're going to stop, and then for 1 minute, person B, you have to mirror back what you heard. Now obviously you're not going to say everything back. You're going to summarize. But the more you can mirror, do you guys know what mirroring is? That's where you repeat an exact phrase. So if he used, you know what I mean? Man, I ate this pie and it was slapping. Right? He's laughing because it's a Gen Z term. If he said that word and you mirror it back, he feels like, wow, this person really paid attention to me because he said my word back to me, knowing that that's not a common word that someone else might use. You guys understand? So the more you can mirror certain phrases that the person uses, the better. Because it shows that you're actually paying attention. And you are. That's what you want to do. So don't necessarily summarize. And you have 1 minute. And then, after that, we're going to switch. So person B, who was listening for 3 minutes, now you talk about something that you love for 3 minutes. Person A listens, and then they have 1 minute to mirror back. Any questions? Should take us about 10 minutes. And then we're going to do a debrief. You guys ready? Everybody identify, person A, person B. Who doesn't have a partner? Who needs a partner? Everybody has a partner? Okay, sisters, you guys have a partner? Everybody know who's A and B? Who's A? Raise your hand. If you're A, raise your hand. No, you have to decide. Make a decision. I want to see. Everybody A. A, raise your hand. Okay. A, where's A? Okay. No hesitation. Say, yes, I'm A. I'm proud. Okay. Remember, you're going to talk for 3 minutes about something that you love. Yes?
No question.
Yeah, remember, the listening person, you just listen. No interruptions. Okay? Not even excessive nodding. You can't be like, I don't want to, No. You're just listening. You're giving him your ear. That is it. Okay? No. You're listening, Yahi. This is not a lecture. It is. And that's actually part of the exercise, is I want you to go through that experience of just listening without anything, and any interjection, and then the other way around. Talking for 3 minutes actually is harder than people think. Some people it's very easy. He's like, man, I can go on forever. But that's why we pick something that you love, because generally, if it's something that you love, you can talk about it more. Okay? Ready? Yeah. I'm timing it right now. Ready, set, go. All right, that's time. Okay. Now, person B, you listened for 3 minutes. Now your job is to mirror back, right? So give them a debrief on what you heard. You just heard them talk for 3 minutes. Tell them what you heard. Now you, the person, the speaker, after he's done, you have to tell us, you're going to tell, share, whether they did a good job or not. They repeated correctly, you feel like you were heard and so forth. Okay, ready? Person B, go. All right, that's 1 minute. Okay, good? Did they mirror? Yes? I'm seeing some thumbs up, maybe? Not, yeah, okay, good. Okay, now we're going to switch. So the person who was listening in the beginning, person B, now you're going to talk about something that you love. You have 3 minutes. Okay? We're going to switch. Ready, set, go.
Without a conversation.
All right, that's time. That's 3 minutes. Okay. Now, person A, you just listened for 3 minutes. Now you have 1 minute to mirror back. Okay? Ready, set, go. All right, that's 1 minute. Okay. We'll go ahead and wrap it up. All right, debrief. How did it go? Yes? Good? So, did the person mirroring, did they do a good job? Did they mirror back? Okay. What did you notice about the exercise? Tell me, what are your thoughts? Did you learn something about yourself? Did you learn something about the other person? Yeah. Which one was easier, listening or speaking? Speaking. Listening. Listening. You're telling me which one is an introvert, which one is an extrovert, right? If speaking was harder, why was it harder? For the people that said speaking was harder, why? Yeah. 3 minutes was too long. You couldn't, khalas. Yani after a while, you're like, khalas. You don't know. You kept on talking. You were like, 3 minutes? That's it? You could have kept on going. Okay? Speaking after listening was hard. So mirroring back what you heard, how was that? Hard? Good? Okay? Huh? Yes, you were honed in. In a real life scenario, we're not. Yes, that's a very good observation. Yeah, you're preoccupied, you're here, my mind is here, my mind is there, 100%. But you see how different it is? We're already natural listeners if we focus. We don't need to be taught how to listen. It's just tuning out everything else and zoning it, like, I'm going to hone in. Yes. Good. Did you have something? Yeah. To time yourself, Yani. Ah, okay. Yani you could have been talking, you're like, oh, you want me to talk to you for 15 minutes? Okay, let me. Okay, good. Right, you want to interrupt, right? That natural, you have to kind of quiet that down. Let them talk. You want to interject, ask a question, you know what I mean? Clarify, whatever. Yeah, we have to sometimes hold ourselves back. Very good. Was this good? How do we apply this in da'wah? See, when I ask a question, I'll get them to talk, right? And the idea is not just to get them to talk, but to listen to what they're saying. Because when I can mirror it back, what happens when you mirror something back to the person? Yeah, and they'll feel heard. They'll be like, wow, this guy was paying attention to me. He actually knows what I'm going through. He knows what I'm talking about, right? If I can mirror back what he says, I establish a baseline of rapport, etc., trust, that I'm actually paying attention, it's not a debate, right? That I actually care about How did you feel when the guy was mirroring back what you said? Did you feel like, wow, this guy actually listened to me? It feels almost therapeutic, right?
I have one realization. Sometimes even if we don't have any baseline, when you talk to someone and you understand how the person is, probably you can have some idea of the baseline.
Oh, 100%.
And based on that, sometimes probably you can't have your conversation.
Absolutely. That's exactly what we're doing. Okay? We're establishing that rapport just by listening. Remember, in da'wah, our assumption is what? I'm going to go and I'm going to preach. I'm telling you, no. Hold on just a little bit. Let's listen to the person first. Find out what it is that they need before we start preaching. Very good. Okay. You guys ready for the next one? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Very interesting because he said that it was because it was an exercise. I was able to put everything behind. So as therapists, we're also trained in this type of listening. We're also trained in this type of listening, and it takes a long time to actually be able to make into a skill. But it's very possible. It's like, as I can remember 2 or 3 years ago, I can have a conversation with someone, but I'm also thinking about what I'm about to do later on.
Yeah.
Right? But as you practice this more, it becomes stronger to the point that every conversation, you naturally do it. It's not something that you have to think about anymore.
Yeah.
You naturally, you can.
But that takes training that skill.
Exactly. Practice.
Yeah. Practice. Practice makes perfect. Okay? Yeah, it is a strain on the brain because you have to, like, every brain cell has to be, working. I'm going to be like, I'm here. Okay. We're going to do, so this was what level of listening was this? Level 3. You guys ready to do level 4? Okay. What's level 4? Remind me? Empathetic listening. Okay? That's where I want you to listen to the person, same exercise, and actually I'm going to have you guys, you're not going to like this, I'm going to have you guys switch with new people. You're going to listen to someone new, okay? But the idea is something that they're struggling with. It could be personal, career, financial, whatever it is. I'm not going to give you guys 3 minutes, 2 minutes. We'll lower it down. It says 3 minutes, we're going to make it 2. Okay? You're going to find a new person, new pairs up. Same thing. Person A, speak. Person B, instead of mirroring back the content, you're going to mirror back what? The emotion. What I'm hearing is that this was very frustrating for you. This was very, difficult. This is all that stuff. Make sense? Okay, get up. Let's shuffle around. Find a new partner. Switch it up. See, you didn't know, but part of the da'wah workshop is that you're meeting new people in the masjid, right? You're getting to know them. Yeah. Again, we're going to do A and B. So person A, who's A? Raise your hand. You're A. Who's A? A, khalas. Everybody knows A. So A, you're going to be talking for 2 minutes, not 3. I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes. And it's about something that now you're struggling with. It could be anything that you're struggling with. Health, career, something spiritual maybe something family related, whatever it is, something that you're comfortable sharing. I don't want to put you on the spot where you have to share something that you don't want to share, right? Something that you're comfortable sharing that's, and you're sharing it with the other person. Another person, remember, you're listening, and then when we switch, I'm going to give you a minute, after the 2 minutes, you're going to have a minute to mirror back the emotion. Okay? And start. All right, that was 2 minutes. Okay, did it go by faster? Okay, now person B, mirror back the emotion. And go. All right, that's time. Okay, good? Okay, now we're switching. Person B, who was listening in the beginning, now you're going to share something that you're personally struggling with, and then we'll switch. Okay? So you have 2 minutes, starting now. Okay. All right, that's time. Okay, that was 2 minutes. Now, person A, you listened for 2 minutes. Now you have 1 minute. Empathize, understand, etc. Okay? You have 1 minute. Starting now. All right, that's 1 minute. Okay. MashaAllah, people are still going. That's a great. Okay. So, debrief. How did this one go? Good? Which one do you think was better? In terms of listening. And when I say in terms of listening, meaning you as the speaker, did you feel more heard when the person employed empathetic listening or the information, the content listening? Which one? Level number 4 or 3? 4? 4 made you feel like, wow, this person actually listened to me. Okay? Which proves what? Are we emotional beings that have rationale? You know what I mean? Like, which one are we? It's the heart, right? When a person hears my emotion as much as the content, you feel much more heard. So by the way, husbands, you should be at what level? Yeah. and by the way, wives as well, the sisters, this goes both ways. Okay? But you'll accomplish so much more when you can empathize and reflect back the emotion as much as anything else. It'll help. Now, how do we apply this in a da'wah context? When a person is talking and you can empathize with them, like, wow, it sounds like this is very frustrating for you. Like you really like going to church, right? It sounds like you actually enjoy, like, I love it. I love going to my church. Tell me about that experience. What about church do you actually enjoy a lot? They'll tell you a lot because they'll tell you whether they're attracted to the theology or the social part of it, or maybe the singing and dancing, you know what I mean? Because there's a lot of that in some of these churches. Whatever it is, they'll tell you what it is that they like about church. Can you do a lot with that information? Absolutely. Okay? But I can empathize now. I can actually show what it is that I care about. Anyone else learn anything? Any epiphany moments, things that you noticed? Yeah. You also become vulnerable because you have to pay attention to that. There's a two-way street. There's vulnerability that comes with listening to the emotion and then reflecting that emotion back 100%. Okay? Anyone else? Yeah?
It was done really well, and it has to be done authentically.
Yes. You can't do it in a manipulation way. Yeah, you're not trying to manipulate the person. You're actually really trying to connect with them 100%. Yeah. So people remember maybe like something that they're struggling with better, so that they could talk about it for more. It was easier to talk about the second one than the first one for some people. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it in yourself. Yeah, exactly. I feel it too. And oftentimes I feel the emotion. As he's talking, I can feel the frustration. I can feel the struggle that the person is going through, and I reflect it back. Absolutely. Which is why it takes a toll on people, right? Even therapists and stuff, when they listen to so many people, it takes a toll on them. They need to it adds up. Okay? Yes. Wait, people take advantage of you?
If they see your emotion or talking, I'm not talking about
Why?
my profession, I see it.
Oh. So if they know how you're feeling, they might take advantage of that?
Yes. Oh, but I'm an electrician. As an electrician, you do contracting job. Oh, brother, your brother, this. Can you do this for you? This, they take advantage of your emotion for nothing.
Emotional manipulation happening. Then you need to call them out. Like, hey, you're taking advantage of me. I'm emotional right now, and you shouldn't be asking me 1, 2, and 3. Sure. Yeah. Wow. You have to be careful then. Don't let them take advantage of you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, can we apply this in every aspect of our lives? Absolutely. In fact, when you listen to your kids, if you have children, same thing. When you can mirror back what they're feeling, Baba, this was this, you can mirror that back, they'll be like, wow, my dad really listened to me. It helps. And then you understand your kids better.
So I have a question. So especially the fourth level, empathetic listening, one thing I kind of noticed is you need to be able to find the baseline emotion on which you can connect with you. Something like the World Cup where there are countries who I genuinely know nothing about. How do you find this it's an unknown culture and an unknown situation?
Not a problem. At all. In fact, if anything, this is an opportunity. Tell me about your country, about your culture. Tell them, I don't know anything about Zimbabwe. But tell me, I don't even know if Zimbabwe qualified. But let's say, but tell me about Zimbabwe. You know what I mean? I want to learn. I don't know anything about it. They'll love it. Because where are you from? What's your background? Aywa, he says, I don't know anything about Egypt. Tell me about Egypt, brother. You can talk for the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, not a problem. Your own personal experience with it too, right? You're like, yeah, I don't live in Egypt right now, but here's what I love about Egypt. Here's where it is. Here's what's going on. We don't all live in pyramids. We don't all, like, and then you go from there, right? This is you can, and they'll relate with it. It's not a problem. The fact that you know zero is actually an advantage, because if you know a lot, you assume things about them. Where aslan, your advantage is make no assumptions. Let them make the assumptions for you. Okay? All of this is because we need to have more hikmah. Remember, when we're giving da'wah, I can't give the person what they need if I don't know what they need. Right? So hikmah is fitting what they need with their actual needs, but I can only know this through listening. Now, if you're experienced, let's say you've been doing da'wah for many years, you're like a car mechanic who's been fixing cars for 20 years. A person brings you the car, you hear it. Wallahi, there's mechanics. They just listen to the engine and it's like, I know exactly what it needs. Just, within 30 seconds I can diagnose it. Whereas like a beginner mechanic, he's going to take a while, he's testing, he's doing this. So in the beginning, we're all going to be beginners, but as you get better and better at this, the amount of time that you need to listen to somebody to diagnose what they need is going to come down. But that only comes with practice. Just like a doctor who's been, whatever. Those doctors that look at those, the scans, and he looks at the scan, he can tell you everything that's wrong with the person's lungs or whatever. Quick. But he's been doing it for 20 years. Versus the beginner medical student, they're staring at the same scan for 30 minutes and he doesn't know what's wrong. Okay? Experience will get you better and better at this. Okay? So all of this is because we're doing what we're looking for the keys. These are what we call the keys for unlocking the fitrah. Remember we said fitrah-based da'wah? This is just one method. There's many other methods out there. I'm not saying one is better than the other, but this is the one that we're dealing with. So we have keys. So I'm listening. I hear where the person is coming from. I identify the key that I'm going to help them unlock the fitrah. Okay? So this is where the section that we call the keys to unlocking the fitrah. And we generally talk about 6 keys. Okay? So we're on module 10. We're making good progress. There are 6 keys. Okay? People react to different ones. Sometimes they need all 6. Really. Sometimes they need 2. Sometimes they only need 1. It depends on the person. Okay? But all 6 will help the person in what they need. Okay? And we can address them one by one. So, the 6 are the follows. Number 1, a rational argument. Remember I said a hikmah, so this is something rational. And this is where we go through, we give you guys a map on how to rationally go through what Islam says. Okay? We've been talking about this and we'll talk about it more, inshallah. Then there's the key of experiences. So this is where the person has their own experiences in life. Moments that unlock their fitrah. It could be moments of happiness or moments of sadness. It could be the death of a loved one or the birth of a loved one. It could be them getting married or them getting divorced. Sometimes these experiences cause people, we see it, to be more religious or to be less religious. It's a major life event that could pull or push the person either towards Islam or away. But something changes in the fitrah, right? We know this, we see it. And so this is one of those keys. And so the key here for us in da'wah is to have them reflect on some of these moments, because they'll tell you, it's like, oh man, when I was going through my divorce, it was just this and this and this, and that's really, so he's telling you, okay? He's not telling you about something rational, he's telling you about an experience that he went through. Which key do I need to now address? That one. It's the experiences. Oh, tell me more about that divorce. What really happened? Or a sister. So this is last month, convert sister went through not one, 2 divorces with Muslim men, and she decided to leave Islam. But she was already a convert. But she's leaving because she's like, man, 2, and they were both manipulative. The first one was physically violent, yani abusive, but the second one was emotionally abusive. He wasn't physical, but emotion. And so she's like, man, after these 2 experiences, I don't want nothing to do with this religion. If these are the men that it's producing, I told her, look, one of the things was like, is it possible, just entertain it, that maybe it's your choice in men and not what the religion is actually producing? Because many women out there they don't share the same experience that you do. And I know this is an emotional thing for you, like you're hurt. I'm with you. If I could go after those guys, I would. Right? And in fact, I tried to get a hold of like the second husband. He wouldn't even talk to me, talk to the masjid. He doesn't even come to the masjid aslan. I said, maybe he wasn't even religious to begin with. So for you to blame it on the deen is unfair. So sometimes you have to kind of point that out. No, I'm summarizing, but I said it in nicer ways. I'm just being very quick because we don't have that much time. Does that make sense? An experience can either push you or pull you away. So we have to identify that. طيب. Key number 3. This is the key of tadabbur, reflection. This is where the person contemplates life, the big questions in life. And they'll tell you, I was thinking about my life. I searched, I was looking for my, like just everything around me. And I realized there has to be something more. And I started looking and I came across this and Islam and all these other things. Or like, I didn't come across Islam, So you're like, oh, let me tell you about Islam a little bit. So he's already in that reflective mindset. So it's going to be very easy for you to come from that angle. Okay? Remember, the Prophet ﷺ was doing this specific thing right before he received revelation in the cave of Hira. Okay? He was reflecting, what are my people doing? What am I doing here? All these other things, life itself. And people will go through this. By the way, all of these cycles, you'll see people go through these cycles in their life anyways. Unfortunately, in modern times, in modernity, one of the problems that happens is that we're so inundated with endless entertainment, information, bombardment, all these things that we actually need to step back and reflect on a regular basis. Whether in regular salah or even just disconnecting, like going out into nature, go camping or something, like literally unplug where there's no service. Wallah, it does miracles for the soul. People intrinsically know this. So if they're reflective, great. I know this is the key that I'm going to help unlock. Good? Then we have the key of spirituality, of ibadah. Okay? Specifically acts of worship, rituals. The person tells you, I love meditating and praying. Excellent, perfect. They've already told you what key they need. But you can remember, we only know this through diagnosing. I have to listen to the person. Okay? Spirituality. Today, in this day and age, pure atheism is actually, believe it or not, on the decline. Okay? What's rising is what we call the irreligious spiritual people. Meaning they'll tell you, I'm spiritual, but I don't belong to a religion. I believe in God, or maybe there isn't a God, I don't know, but I'm a very spiritual person, but I don't like organized religion. Right? Sheikh Kamal Makki, very famously, he's like, if somebody says, I don't believe in organized religion, you're like, Islam is perfect for you because we're the most disorganized people on the planet. Just kidding. It's a bad joke. But the idea is, talk to them. If they're spiritual and they tell you this, excellent. This is an easy key for you to target. Very good. Tell me about, what do you like about spirituality? Tell me about your experiences. And they'll tell you spirituality for this. And then that's where your opportunity is. Let me tell you about Islamic spirituality. Easy key. I don't have to come at it from a different angle because they already tell you what they need. They're already telling you what they focus on. Does that make sense? You guys seeing how this works? We have the key of character, meaning they see good character in people, or they met a good person belonging to that faith, and that was the key for them. The danger here is the opposite is also true. A person's bad character can push them away. Okay, and we see this. So we have to be very careful with regards to this. We spoke about it a little bit in the khutbah before. And then the last, and I think this is the strongest key actually, and the most underrated, is the key of revelation itself, al-wahi. Meaning the Quran speaks for itself. They read the Quran, change their life. This still remains one of the, I think it's, at least according to our research, the number one way that people, khalas, this is what convinces them that Islam is true, is reading the Quran. Now, when they finally take the plunge, meaning when they finally take their shahada, it's because a Muslim talked to them. But they were already primed, meaning their fitrah was awakened, because of the revelation. And we see this all the time. Okay, the person says, I read the Quran, but then I finally met a Muslim, which means we still have to give da'wah. So even though the Quran actually called them, right, they won't take their shahada unless somebody invites them. So you talk to somebody like, oh, what are you guys handing out? Quran? Oh man, yeah, I have a Quran at home, I read it all the time. Perfect. A person tells you this, what do? Let's talk about the Quran. Tell me, what do you love about the Quran? What was your favorite chapter? What was this? Just get them to open up about it. Excellent. So what do you think about Islam itself? Oh, Islam is wonderful. Khalas. They tell you Islam is wonderful, da'wah's done. You move on to the invitation phase. Does that make sense? You don't have to waste your time. The moment somebody tells you, oh, I love Islam, da'wah's over. I mean, the information sharing is done. You have to invite them in. You can get shahada like that. We were in downtown Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. It's a small downtown. But at downtown, there was a brother who had a halal chicken, fried chicken store. So we set up a da'wah table right outside of his restaurant. They're walking on the sidewalk, but not that many people. But there's people at the intersection. They're stopping at the red light. So I told the brothers, we're gonna also give da'wah to the people in the cars. They're like, what? It's like, yeah, why not? Just hand them a pamphlet. What's the worst they're going to say? No, I don't want a pamphlet. Khalas, you walk away. Here's a pamphlet. Some people, wallah, I went up to a guy, he rolled up his window. Instead of down, he rolled it up. He's like, no, don't talk to me. I said, khalas, peace, I'm not going to do anything to you. But some people will take, what is this? Oh, it's a pamphlet. What about Islam? Oh, interesting, cool. Yeah, good job, guys. Thank you, whatever. They drive off. Because you have 30 seconds. It's a red light. Right? 45 seconds, it's going to turn green. We got one brother. I went up to him. I still remember. He's in a higher SUV. I gave him the pamphlet. He's like, what is this? I'm like, we're just sharing a little bit about Islam today. Oh, Islam? Nice. I said, you know about Islam? He's like, yeah. What do you think? I love Islam. I said, if you love Islam, why aren't you Muslim yet? He's like, I was just thinking that the other day. 3 days ago, I downloaded the prayer app that tells me the times to pray. And I said, you're not Muslim? He's like, I don't even know what to do. I said, man, you need to pull over. He's like, I can't right now. I need to come to the mosque. The address, so the pamphlet that I gave you, the address is on the back. Come and stop by and we'll take care of you. He said, we'll do. Now, I didn't stay. I was at a different masjid. He went to Masjid al-Sabirin, but they told me that night, there was a brother who showed up and he said, some people gave me a pamphlet. I'm here to take my shahada. He was already ready. I didn't give him you know what I mean? All we did was that last push that the person needs. And you don't know where it's going to happen. Okay? You don't need to convince him about anything. It's just like, ta'al, what are you waiting for? Some people, that's all they need. So, the idea is, we have to listen first and then identify the key. Any questions right now? We're good? Okay, we'll go for another 10 minutes and we'll take a break. Because then we have to stop by 4. Initiation. So back to your conversation. Initiation is, how do I initiate a da'wah conversation? We have 3 initiation types. Okay? This is the bridge. So, why is initiation important? Is because people see the world, this is part of worldviews and whatnot. If I'm wearing yellow lenses, I'm going to see the world yellow. If I'm wearing green lenses, I'm going to see the world green. Excellent. What we want to do is help people take off those glasses and see the world in its neutral colors. And that's part of our da'wah. But before I can even do that, we have to start that da'wah conversation. So we have passive, active, and advanced. Okay? Passive, active, and advanced. Initiation. We're going to do this quick. Passive da'wah is where they come to you. Your passive da'wah is where you are being you. It's your identity, your actions. Somebody comes to you and, oh, Muhammad, why don't you guys, you're Muslim? Very rarely they'll tell you, tell me about Islam. What they will ask is, why don't you guys eat pork? Why do your women cover? Right? Why this? And they might even ask you a difficult question. Why is this passive initiation? Is because you didn't initiate, someone else did. But you were being an upright, good Muslim, that they knew that you were Muslim and they knew that they could come to you for a question. So you're still doing da'wah in your actions and your identity. They're coming to you. You get that question. Remember, what did we say about answering these questions? Do you answer it immediately? Yes. No. we start giving them da'wah. I have to use that opportunity to give da'wah, not just to answer the question. Okay? Everybody with me on passive? Okay. So then, I'm going to throw it to you guys. What's active? Premeditated da'wah. You're making it sound very... Active da'wah is where I'm going out of my way. I'm asking them questions. I'm initiating conversations. Okay? But this is we're talking about everyday normal life. This is active. When the opportunity arises, yeah, I'm going to talk to you about Islam. Not a problem. I had an Uber driver and I looked up his name, Jesus. Okay? Is this an opportunity for da'wah? 100%. This is the easiest da'wah I can give. Why? He's stuck with me, I'm stuck with him. His name is Jesus, alayhi salam. For the next 15 minutes until my destination, we're going to have a da'wah conversation. We did. It was wonderful. Obviously, he's Hispanic. It turns out he's from Argentina. I learned a lot about, his family's still there. He's here. He's working. He has to do Uber, but he likes it. He didn't know that Muslims believe in Jesus. His mind is blown. He actually likes Islam and Muslims. What's happening in Gaza, the genocide, was really sad. And it exposed him a little bit to Islam. And now he's more open-minded and whatnot. Did he take his shahada at the end? No, he didn't. But we had that conversation. Do you guys see that? He didn't initiate. Who initiated? That's why it's active. Does that make sense? Active, you take a little bit more, there's an art to it to begin the conversation. But as long as you can begin in the conversation and navigate it, you'll be fine. That's it. And he left, but he knows his perception has changed, right? I know for a fact, and his view of Muslims has now changed, Islam, all these things. Even if that's the only result, هذا يكفي. This is sometimes enough. Because remember, what is success in da'wah? The pleasure of Allah. The results are in His hands. خلاص. It didn't happen in shahada, not a problem. That's active initiation. Advanced initiation is our da'wah table. Advanced is where we have a plan. We come in, we have a pitch. Like in sales, you have your pitch. Okay? What are you guys doing here? Oh, we're sharing a little bit about Islam. Right? Or here we're talking about the World Cup, but instead of goals, we're talking about life goals. Ooh, tell me more. Bas, it's a conversation starter. Advanced, it's also advanced because you don't want to be pushy about it. I don't want to interrupt people's lives. I don't want to be in their face, in their way. Remember, there's a reason why we typically don't like missionaries. Okay? And it's because we don't want to be bothered. We don't want people to interrupt the flow of our day. If a person is interested, ahlan wa sahlan. If they're not interested, don't bother them. In Bukhari, there's a hadith where Ibn Abbas, radiallahu anhu ardah, when he told some of the companions who were going out to the different amsar, to the different states and towns to teach Islam, because there's a lot of new Muslims that are coming into the religion and need somebody to teach them. But he says, تَخَوَّلُوا فِي الْمَوْعِظَةِ الْجُمُعَةِ إِلَى الْجُمُعَةِ. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. Don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than one lecture a week. He said, don't give more than And they said, what? What if the people need more? He says, okay, maybe 2 lectures a week, but not more than this. حَتَّى لَا يَمِلَّ النَّاسِ. And then he says that the Prophet ﷺ himself only had 1 weekly halaqah. I don't know if you guys know this. He only had 1 weekly dars. It was Thursday night. Besides the Jum'ah. And Jum'ah, the khutbah, the Prophet's khutbah was very brief. Okay? Now we can't do that. If we do like a 5-minute khutbah, the Prophet or less, people are going to be like, what was that? That wasn't even... But that's literally what it was. But that's also the argument that the companions themselves didn't need more than that. Whereas we live in day and age where we need probably like 2-hour khutbah, not a half hour. So the need is different. But you guys understand, why didn't he do more than this? Because he didn't want people to be bored. And then Ibn Abbas further, he tells them, don't go to a group of people who are talking about something else and push yourself in the conversation and change it into a religious one. He said, don't be that guy. This is in Bukhari. Why? Because then people will be like, you're interrupting me. What's going to happen? Their gut reaction is going to be, man, I don't like these religious people. Every time they put themselves into a conversation, they're changing it. They're you know what I mean? They think that they have to preach, that they have to teach. La. He said, instead, wait for them to ask you. He said, go, be there, be in the conversation, be available, and wait for them to ask you a question, right? Or to, you know what I mean, something else. In doing so, we're not supposed to be pushy about it, especially for people who don't want to listen to us. If they're interested, ahlan wa sahlan. So putting the table, sometimes people are a little too aggressive at the table. I tell them just chill, relax, let people come to you. And if you have candy, sometimes they'll put like water or whatever, not a problem. But we're not salesmen at the end of the day. We're not, and by the way, pushy salesman doesn't work anymore anyways, right? Today, sales is actually more about empathy, more about listening, aslan, than it is about anything else. Everybody with me? Yeah. Well, stopping at the table. So we're putting ourselves out there with a table, right? If we're talking about table da'wah. Advanced da'wah is also, advanced initiation is also like when we have an open house. Because clearly we're inviting them, but then we're keeping it, you know what I mean, like touch and go. We're not like, you know, aslim, taslam, ijlis, you know, we're going to, because it pushes people away, that method. So I got invited when I was a part of IERA in 2019. You guys know the mosque shooting in New Zealand, in Christchurch. So after the shooting, we flew out there, me and Sheikh Fahad, to go help the masjid. Okay? I don't know anybody there. We don't know what's going on. But they called us. They somehow word, you know, they said, we come and help our community and help the masjid. I said, sure. So we went about 2 weeks after the shooting had happened, and the masjid just barely reopened. Okay? Masjid al-Nur and then the other masjid. And I stayed there for 10, 11 days. And it was a life-changing experience. Because you go into the masjid, there's no carpet, it's bare. Because obviously they had to tear out all the carpet because of what happened. The walls are also bare because it was riddled full of bullets. Most of the glass is still not replaced on the windows. And you're talking, every single person in the masjid had either lost somebody they knew or they were related to, or it was just heartbreaking. So we had to go in. We're of course sitting down with the survivors. We don't call them victims, we call them survivors. You know, we're talking to them, but the masjid was getting at least on average 500 non-Muslim visitors a day to give their condolences to the community. But the community wasn't even ready to handle this. So the Imam himself, they had an Egyptian Imam. After the shooting, he survived because he hid behind the minbar. Right? And subhanAllah, he went back to Egypt. He was having PTSD. He couldn't, Meskini. I don't blame him. I met a Jordanian guy who survived, and he's like, I don't know why I'm alive. He's like, I shouldn't be alive. I don't know why Allah kept me. That means Allah doesn't love me. I heard that phrase from at least 3 or 4 different people. That Allah doesn't love me, that I wasn't a shaheed and someone else was. Because it's like the guy in front of me died, the guy on my left died, the guy on my right died, the guy behind me died, and nothing happened to me. He's like, this means Allah doesn't love me. Hey, how do you reason with this? Well, I was like, so on top of all of this, people are in a different place, and all these non-Muslim visitors. So we were giving da'wah from 8 a.m., 9 a.m. up until 10 p.m. after Isha. We just camped out in the masjid. It was a da'wah marathon. So we're doing all of that, and slowly as the community sees what we're doing, we're bringing them in, we're talking to them, and then we said, guys, we can train you guys, because I can't stay here forever, we can train you guys how to handle these visitors. Excellent. So we brought out our Dawah workshop, and we did 3 different training sessions for them, different groups, on how to handle some of this stuff, so that when we leave, they can handle at least the visitors. Every day, we got shahadas. Every single day. Most of it, though, was through touch and go. If you're getting 500, we got 1 shahada a day. What's our success rate? 1 in 500. Right? Imagine 500 visitors, but 1 shahada. That's great. To me, that's perfect. That means 499 are walking out, but at least they're walking out with what? A better perception of Islam. So it's not a failure. Does that make sense? Because you'll get disheartened if you just think about like, man, this guy didn't take a shahada, and the other guy, and the other guy. And the other. Don't worry, that's not your job. Your job is just to convey, welcome them and everything. So when we got there was another da'wah group that also came from Europe. I'm not going to say the country, but they came from Europe. This country is known for being, what's the word, blunt? You know what I mean? They're very, Nazi-like, but I don't want to say the name of the country. But you guys get the idea. They came in, and it was so bad what they were doing that the people at the masjid ended up kicking them out. They told them, we don't want you guys here, you have to leave. After maybe like 3 days, 4 days of them being there. Because obviously we don't have a dictator, like I don't have a monopoly. I can tell who to give da'wah and who not to. They literally would come in, and the visitors would come in, and they would get a group together, and the guy would just lecture at them. So me and Sheikh Fahad, we would just have one-on-one conversations. We would make sure that it's never more than a group, and we would never outnumber them. Like it's always the other way around, so that they feel not intimidated. But this one was the other way around. They would rally them up, and the guy's just like lecturing for like a half hour. At the end of the lecture, this is one of the few that I listened to, because like I had in between, and I want to hear what they're saying. And I'm standing there, and the guy was literally telling them, you guys understand what I said about Islam? Very good. Okay, if you guys now walk out of this mosque and you don't accept what I said, you're all going to the hellfire. I'm just like, La ilaha illallah, this is a disaster. So they're all looking at him confused and like, what? We came, like one guy literally said, he's like, we came to offer our condolences. I'm here to tell you that I'm sad for your loss, and you're telling me I'm going to hell? To hell with you, man. Like you can see that's his expression, but he didn't say it that way. Huh? Oh yeah, this is the truth. Absolutely. If he goes out and he dies, he's in the hellfire. Come on, guys. Yeah, but even the Prophet ﷺ never said those words to anybody. Right? You have to use different incidents, 100%. Another time he was talking, he's like, brother, how much is your eye worth? Like if I took your eye, how much money would you pay for your eye? And the guy's, what? He's lost. He's like, I'm not even following. What are we talking about? He's like, $1 million? He's like, sure. What about your other eye? $1 million? What about your ear? Another million? And this and this. You have $5 million. Shouldn't you be thankful? And the guy's like, sure. Like, where's this 5 million? Just give me one. Like stuff like this, and then they would walk out. Like the arguments are those, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't work because he didn't spend even a minute listening to the person. Whereas, wallahi, because of what happened, it was very emotional. What happened also to the community. I'll tell you right now, every day I would have at least 10 to 15 people break down in tears. Just by talking to them and letting them talk. What brings you in? Oh man, I'm just so sad. What happened? I can't believe this. We're in Christchurch. This is New Zealand. We're peaceful people. I'm so sorry. Like I felt it. This happened to me. I don't see it like as Muslim versus non. This happened to us as New Zealand. Blah blah blah. And he's like crying, and I'm like, sit down. You need some water. You need some tissue. We're comforting these people. They're sitting down. A lot of people would come in and they'd just be like, can I just sit down here and just spend some time? Absolutely. Wallah, he'd be sitting in the corner for like 2-3 hours. Don't bother him, khalas, leave him. He's there to spend some time. That might be the best da'wah that you can give him. Okay? Remember, all of this is to say, Yahi, listen to what they're saying. So anyways, those guys, the aggressive, the ones like Aslim Taslam, you know what I mean? Like they ended up getting kicked out. Like literally the masjid, the board, they came in and they said, guys, you're pushing people away. We're getting so many complaints. Honestly, we got it covered now. We don't need your help anymore. Thank you so much for coming. Jazakumullah khairan. And they were upset that they were getting kicked out, but like there's no way around it. You can't. That method of da'wah doesn't work here. It might work in somewhere else where they're used to, you know what I mean, Nazi-like practices, but it doesn't work. It didn't work in New Zealand, and I'm definitely sure it won't work here in America. Okay. Good. Okay. So, passive, active, advanced. Any questions on this? Passive is where they initiate, not you. You're just passively Muslim, both. You have your identity. Remember in the pyramid? Your identity, your good deeds. Then they come, and then that's your chance to share your words. But we have to have identity and actions there in order for the passive to happen. Okay, if you look, there says answer, concept, agreement. What's the concept? The concept is the gorap that we haven't gotten through yet. We're going to go through right now. Okay? We have our premise. We're not going to do that. Here's the gorap. The gorap is key number 1. Remember we said rational arguments? I need a map on how do I navigate that. If that's what they need, I have to diagnose what they need. If they don't need this, I don't even talk about it. They need like experience, spirituality, they need reflection, whatever it is that they need, I go through that. But let's say we are on this one, they need rational, they don't understand Islam, they don't even know what it is. I have to walk them through it. So we have this acronym that we came up with. It's called the GORAP. G-O-R-A-P. It doesn't mean to go and start rapping, right? It means we're going to listen. It's an acronym to help you give somebody dawah. This is a map. It's not a rigid structure, okay? The G is God's existence. The O is God's oneness. The R is revelation. And the P is prophethood. We added adoration, but I don't think it's necessary, okay? Now, pause for a second. The G and the O together build what? La ilaha illallah. And the R and the P build what? Muhammad Rasulullah. Okay? It's really the Shahada deconstructed. So if you can explain the Shahada, you don't even need the Gorap. The Gorap is just as an acronym to help you navigate your conversation. Best, that's all it is. Okay? But a person might be in a different place. He might tell you, yeah, I believe in God, but I don't believe that religion is necessary. Like, I don't need guidance. I think we can figure it out on our own as human beings. What letter is he on? Is he? He said, I believe in God, I'm a spiritual person. So he has G. He's on R. What's R? Revelation. Why is revelation necessary? Why do I have to have wahi? Why can't I just say, I believe in God, and then move on with my life? So immediately, do I go through the G and the O? No, I go to R. But now R is needed. I have to actually talk about R. Or let's say he says, I believe in God, right? And I believe in the prophets up to Prophet Jesus. I don't believe in Prophet Muhammad. Which letter are we on? P. Does that make sense? Now this is very rare, by the way. Most people actually readily accept the prophethood of Prophet Muhammad, believe it or not, but they don't understand it in the way that we do. So we have to correct the misunderstanding. What does prophethood actually mean? Okay? Everybody with me so far? Do you guys want to take a break or continue going? Continue? You guys are ready? Okay, we're going to do an exercise. So, by the way, in this exercise, if you can get to this, you've done a good job. I just told you how to win the exercise. Okay? Meaning, if you can get to the Gorap, you're good. If you can get to the Shahada. How does this look? Remember, I have to listen to the person, right? Not talk. So how is it that I listen to the person and ask them a question? So what do I ask them about G? If I want to get to the letter G, what do I ask him? That's it. Do you believe in God? In the South, the default is that people believe in God. In fact, in the South, where I, like in Memphis, I've yet, like, it's extremely rare. We had our dawah table for years in the park. I never once heard somebody tell me outright I'm an atheist. Not once. Because it's not fashionable. Even if he's an atheist, he won't tell you. He'll be like, I'm skeptical. He'll use this coded language. Because the default is we're in the Bible Belt. In fact, Memphis is the buckle of the belt. We're like right in the center. Okay? So between every church and church is another church. It's crazy. Wallahi, near our MIC, there's a church across the street. And then on the main street, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 churches in like a 2-block radius. Crazy. Some of them are huge, mega churches. I'm like, how do they pay? And then you realize it's a whole tax haven. There's a whole tax scheme that they use, aslan, where they're literally hiding money because you don't have to pay taxes because it's a religious organization. They have like, it's crazy. Anyways. No, not Christianity. Anybody. Anybody. First question. So what you want to do is figure out where they are on this map. Remember we said it's a map? Where are you? Okay. So I can ask a person, so I'm assuming, so in the South, I use this. I'm assuming you believe in God too. Absolutely. Okay, khalas, we'll move on. But if he says, I don't know if there's a God. Okay, why? Why are you doubtful? Don't immediately be like, wait, you don't believe in God? Let me tell you why there's a God. Don't. Listen to them. Listen to why they don't believe. Because if you don't do that, you can't diagnose. We jump the gun and like, let me tell you why there's God. So there's an argument from dependency, right? So all things are contingent on, and then you're like, the guy's, you're going to lose him. Yeah, so you go to the end. By the way, each one of these letters, we have a whole section just how to dissect it. If they say this, what do you say? If they say this, we'll give you a general, like, if we have time. Yeah. The Trinity does predate Christianity. Does that make sense? We can find it in ancient Hinduism. There's Trinitarian Hindus, Trinitarian Greek, because actually the whole concept of the Trinity is completely Greek. That there's a divine God, Zeus, who consummated, had a child with a human bride, Maryam, and then had a savior son, Hercules, in this case Jesus. The whole thing is Greek mythology, and then you can trace that back before even the Greeks. So that was Roman. So there's a Roman conception of that. Then there's the Greek. Then there's before. So it's not as watertight as you think. They can come. There's a better way to do it. Okay, but we'll get to it. My issue is, ask them what they believe and ask them why. So it's not just do you believe in God? You don't? Why? Let them tell you. Okay? The only time that you offer is when he asks you. He's like, "Can you believe in God? Tell me why you believe." Now you have an opportunity. Excellent. Let me tell you why. Okay? Oneness. Oh, you believe in a Trinity? Why? Let them tell you. Don't start off by saying, hey, the Trinity doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical. 3 in 1, 1 in 3, how does that make any... Don't. Let them tell you. R, same thing. We're going to go through the step by step. Does that make sense? In the next section, your goal is to get to at least the letter G in the beginning. If you can get to letter G, khalas, we're done. But the challenge is to get to the letter G. It's not going to be easy. You guys ready? Okay. I want you to prepare hard questions. In fact, some of the hardest questions that you've ever been asked about Islam. This is passive da'wah. So we're not doing active, we're doing passive. You're a good Muslim, they know that you're a good Muslim. And they come and they ask you a question. So I want you guys to go on your phone right now. Oh, excuse me. And we are going to, oh man, here we go. Scan that QR code. Go to that website and type in the question that you've been asked, or questions. It can be more than one. I need one or two from the audience. Good. Why was the message spread by the sword? Somebody's quick, mashallah. Are you guys submitting them? Are they coming up? Huh? Oh, everybody's thinking. It's fine, not a problem. Because it says 1 out of 7 not answered. Yeah, it's showing that people have joined. Why isn't it showing? I don't know why it's not allowing me to. Yeah, give me 1 second. To show, I want to display all the questions up there. I did it last time. Liquid display settings. Okay, maybe we can't do it this way. I want someone to volunteer to answer one of the questions while we wait. Oh, why do you cover? Here's some questions. Why not just send angels over? Why can't you drink water in Ramadan? I need a volunteer to answer one of these difficult questions. You want to answer one? Oh, the age of Aisha? That's the one that you want to answer? You're very brave. Can we give him the microphone? Okay, I'm going to be the non-Muslim. Okay? My name is John.
I changed my mind.
You changed your mind. You're like,
Zaki.
Zaki. Hey, Zaki, you're Muslim, right?
Yes.
So, I was on Twitter, and I know I shouldn't be on Twitter. There's all sorts of weird stuff on Twitter. But man, I see a lot of people posting about, your prophet, Prophet Muhammad, right? He's your prophet. You believe in him, right? Prophet Muhammad?
Yes.
Yeah. So he married a girl, Aisha, and she was really young. What's up with that, man? You seem like a really nice guy.
So before I answer that, what do you know? Do you believe in God?
Do I believe in? What does that have to do with with my question?
I just want to understand where you are to come to you and explain.
Oh, but I'm not really seeing the connection here. Yeah, I believe in God, sure.
Yeah. So the Prophet Muhammad, 1400 years ago.
Pause. I'm going to stop you right here.
Oh, yeah.
Pause. You did good. Guys, give him a hand. Thank you for being brave and coming out. Okay. What went well? What didn't go so well? By the way, this is good that we're learning here. I want you guys to be brave like Zeki, because it's better that we make mistakes here before we make them out in the real world. So I'm not saying that you did wrong. I'm just saying be comfortable. I would rather you 100 times out of 100 make the mistake here and don't make it outside. What went well? He asked the question. Well, he didn't make it relevant. It is relevant, but I didn't see the relevance. Does that make sense? I asked one question. It's like I went east, he went west. I'm like, I failed to see how they're related. No, you did. You passed the test. But you know what you didn't do? So after letter G, what's the next one? O, and then R, and then P. You went back to the question. Like you got to the letter G, and then you ignored the map, and then you went back to the question. So you remember the map? What's the map? The Gorap. Gorap. You have to get through it, finalize that, and then we can maybe address the original question. But he didn't. He just stopped at G, and then he went back. He's like the Prophet 1400 years ago, this and this. He was about to rationalize the marriage. He jumped forward, essentially. Way forward. He ignored the rest of the map. Does that make sense? Are you guys with me? You understand what happened? The whole reason the map is there is to help answer the difficult question without answering, like we're answering what he needs, not what he wants. I just want to know why he would marry, or if it's even true. Okay? What's my actual question? When a non-Muslim, a co-worker, a nice guy, is asking you this question, what is he actually asking? When I'm asking about the age of Aisha, or any difficult question, what am I actually asking? Do I know anything about the Prophet though? You could tell from the way that I worded the question, I don't even know like anything about the Prophet. I just saw something on Twitter. Yes. So think about it like this. A person who wants to buy a Tesla. Not that there's a comparison. Okay? And he saw somewhere on Twitter that, I saw a Tesla that was on fire somewhere in Florida. Okay? I was thinking about buying one, but I saw that picture of the Tesla on fire, and now what's going on? Yeah, I don't want to buy it anymore. Now, I don't know what the rate is. Gas cars probably get on fire more than electric, right? But I wouldn't know that. I just saw one. It's an anecdote, really. You understand what I'm saying? So what's my actual question? If I ask somebody, hey, you own a Tesla, are they really unsafe? That's my question. I'm asking, tell me about your religion. Does your religion have a big problem? Are there other red flags that I should know about? Or is your religion something very sensical, very logical, very good? Do you see the difference here between the two? So when I'm asking the question of Aisha, or whatever it is, the difficult question, what I'm actually asking is, tell me why Islam is true. And how do you overcome this objection? That's what I'm asking. If he's sincere, of course. Now, I don't tell him that. I tell him this. So first off, what we should have done with John is what? Empathize. Empathize with the question. I understand your question. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I try this? Because
yeah, Bismillah, go ahead.
Because the workshop that I'm doing after, the whole case study is on this.
Yeah.
So trying to have a different perspective, inshallah, before I go into it.
Yeah. So we don't answer. So what we teach, like in the basic level course, is we don't need to answer it, but empathize with where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can I try it?
Yeah, Bismillah.
Just a quick question though. Before the Gorap, everything else that we did, you also have to bring that into consideration, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's in your mind. Okay. So there's a lot of things to consider: empathy, listening, all those other things.
Okay.
So yeah, I saw, Twitter, your Prophet married Aisha. What's up with that? Wajid, you seem like a nice guy.
Yeah. That's definitely different, right? You're going online and you're seeing this video, and it's exposing you to something that's not normal nowadays.
Yes.
Yeah. How did you feel when you saw that video?
Yeah, I was confused. I was like, why? I know a lot of Muslims, this doesn't seem like a typical Muslim kind of thing. You know, if you were to tell me Epstein did this, I would believe it. But like, you know, Muslims typically, I don't know if there were Muslims on Epstein Island, but you know, there were more other people, if you know what I'm talking about, than there were Muslims. But yeah, it just seems weird. Like, you seem like really nice people.
Yeah. So, you know, I don't think I know any Muslim that would do something like that. But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What is the main concern that you have about the video?
That's a really good question. Okay, it's just that, you know, for me, children are vulnerable people, right? You know, especially at a young age like that. You know, I don't want her to be taken advantage of, or it seems like it's a little inappropriate for somebody that big of an age difference.
Yeah, I could definitely vibe with that. Where does that come from? Like, where does that belief come from?
I don't know. This is what we're raised to believe. You know, modern society, this is what we accept. Adulthood happens at a certain age.
Yeah, okay. Do you believe in God? Do you follow a religion, maybe?
Yeah. So the religion, by the way, is where I would start. Like, not just do you believe in God? Like, what do you know about Islam? Or like, what is your spiritual belief? Like, yeah, I'm Christian. I kind of grew up Christian. I'm not that good of a Christian. I probably should be going to church more, but you know.
Oh, okay. So you believe in God. You believe that there's one God. He makes all of the rules.
Yeah.
And he teaches us what we should do, what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. So as Muslims, we also believe that. We believe that there's only one God.
Yeah.
And God communicates with us. He sends down a book, just like
Scripture.
Exactly. So you know how you have the Bible, you learn from the Bible.
Yeah. I don't read. I'm not that good of a Christian. I don't read the Bible as regularly as I should. But yeah, I agree.
I understand. I mean, life gets really busy. There's so many different things going on, right? It could be hard.
You're just on Twitter all the time. No, I'm just
Yeah. So we also learn from our book, which is called the Quran. And the Quran has it's like a personal letter that God gave to us to teach us how to navigate through life.
Okay.
Right? So just imagine for a moment that, you know, you're new to your job and you need a little bit of help, right? You need a manual to get you through your day-to-day, teach you exactly what you need.
Yeah.
So we have the exact same thing, right?
Yeah, I can relate to that because like my last job that I got, they didn't even give me a manual, nothing. They just threw me in there and like perform, and I was lost. Yeah, so I can definitely see that.
Yeah.
Am I making it easy? Am I biased? But you guys see where it's going, right? I mean, we can pause right now. Guys, give him a hand. Inshallah. But you guys can see where he's going, right? Eventually he's trying to empathize, get us to come to a common agreement, common ground, and that where we get our rules is from a divine source, not from what society says. I'm guessing this is where you're going with it.
Yeah, then I was going to go back to, this is, you know, Prophet Muhammad, he was given revelation from God, and then from there I would probably go on to, you know, their context was different than our context.
Absolutely. You don't, so guess what? You don't have to. So I've had, I can't tell you how many times I've had this same conversation. People come in with the most difficult question you can imagine. I had a guy, he emailed the masjid. This is when I was at, you know, back in Memphis. Sends an email, he's like, I have some questions that I need answered from an Imam. Is there somebody there? So I responded. I was like, thank you for emailing the mosque, whatever, kaza. You know what I mean? You're welcome anytime. Tell me what time works. You're welcome to visit me. He emails back, I don't feel comfortable coming to the mosque. Can we meet at like a coffee shop or something? And he says, preferably not Starbucks. I'm boycotting them. I was like, Allahu Akbar, this guy. I was like, okay, man, sure. So then I said, fine, whichever coffee shop you want. He picked a coffee shop near the University of Memphis, one of the local ones. I said, perfect, Wednesday at 7 p.m. Excellent. I go, I show up, I see him there, I meet him, how you doing? My name is Kaza, whatever. He hands me a sheet of paper. He's like, this is yours, this one is mine. I look at the paper, it's printed off of Reddit. You guys know what Reddit is? Most of you? And then the title says, the 10 most difficult questions to ask a Muslim. And then there's 10 listed. And he pulls out his pen. He's like, are you ready? I'm like, ready? Bismillah, what is this? We sat down. Question number 1. Why does Islam kill apostates? You know what I mean? Why are apostates killed in Islam? Like, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Like, okay, first off, tell me, like, who are you? I don't even know anything about you, brother. Let's talk. You know? So we talked about that. Tell me a little bit more. We can definitely get into this, right? But I want to know who you are. I'll tell you who I am. You know, we can get to know each other. We started talking. I'm listening to him talk. He's telling me about his background, all these other things, his personal life. He told me how he grew up in an irreligious household. He was sold on the idea that science has the answer to everything. We don't need religion. Then he went to university. He's doing his postdoc research, molecular biology. He's the scientist now. So he was told, he's like, my whole life, science has the answers. But he's like, now that I'm the scientist, doing the science, I'm realizing we don't know anything. We're lost. He's like, for every one question we attempt to answer, there's like 100 new questions that are coming up. He's like, the science itself is so messy, and it doesn't talk about like big life things. It doesn't talk about the reality of life, purpose of life, any of these things. He's like, this whole thing was a lie. He's like, I felt lied to, and so I'm going through like evaluating, I'm questioning my life. So I looked into Christianity, but none of that makes sense. And then I went into Buddhism, Taoism, all these other isms. And then finally, on the bottom of his list is what? Islam. And I said, subhanAllah, it's always on the bottom of people's list. Right? The Islamophobia industry is doing a really good job. Nobody considers Islam, in the top few options. It's always the last option. And it's like, he's like, I don't, so, and then I found all these questions online, and I just needed somebody to answer them, essentially. Okay, very good. So tell me about that spiritual journey. You're talking about you're looking for the truth, whatever. We're doing this. After an hour, it's 8 o'clock. He says, thank you for your time. This is very enlightening. Can we do this again next week, same time, same place? I said, sure, not a problem. Let's do it. And we went our ways, came back next week, 7 p.m., same coffee shop. Hi, how you doing? Do you have your paper with you? I'm like, oh man, I lost it. He's like, not a problem, I have mine. Do you remember which question we're at? Which question were we at? We never even answered the first one. Like, I acknowledged it. It's a difficult question. It's the thing. I said, yeah. He's like, I think we're at question number 3. I'm like, sure, whatever. Same thing. We're going through now his own personal life, like with his family, what's going on. I'm telling him about me, my own personal beliefs. Here, let me tell you, do you know anything about Islam? He's like, actually, to be honest, not that much. I said, so like a lot of these difficult questions, and I was very honest with him. Before we can answer something very advanced like this, we need to have the prerequisites. Let me tell you a little bit the basics, then we can go from there. Fair enough? Absolutely. Okay, so in Islam, here's what Islam we have. Right, Islam, we believe that there's no God except the one God, and that Muhammad is a messenger, but he's one of many messengers that were sent over mankind. And this is this, and he's oh, very good, okay. So I'm assuming how do you empathize with this? Very good, you understand. The hour's up. How many questions did we ask? We never got to any of them. Thank you very much. This was very enlightening. I appreciate your time. So I said, do you want to meet again next week? He's like, no. Let me think about everything that you said. I said, okay, very good. I go. He emails me Friday night. And he says, I want to invite you over to my house for dinner. I want to take my shahada. I was like, Allahu Akbar. This guy went from being afraid to coming to the masjid, and now he says, I want to take my shahada. So I'm thinking either he's genuine or he's going to poison me. So I called one of the brothers and I said, hey, do you mind if I bring another brother with me? Just so that he's like, absolutely, bring whoever you want. So I called one of the brothers. I said, look, Laith, we're going to go. Either we're both going to die shuhada or this guy's going to take a shahada. But there's going to be shaheed, shahada, something in there, right? Wallahi, we go. He cooked an elaborate meal. MashaAllah, was amazing. We sat down. He took his shahada. We talked to him. We gave him all the resources that he needed, everything else. The guy finished his postdoc research after like a year and a half. He moved to South Korea. And then in South Korea, he emails me from there like a year after. And he's like, hey, I found the masjid here in Seoul and I joined their Dawah team. I was like, Allahu Akbar, that's amazing. Okay? How many questions did we answer? 0. Okay? Now, did I answer, is that, some people might be like, that's not fair. Right? Here's the thing. Why was he asking those difficult questions? This is not one. We have several of these. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Mm-hmm. 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 That's a very good observation. 100%. And that's actually the key. So you hear that? The key here was, you don't even know the basics, and you're asking me about something big. Somebody says, like, I heard you guys kill somebody if they leave Islam. Whoa. As a Muslim, I've heard that too, and that's actually not completely true. But to understand it more, we need to know about, what do you know? Do you know anything about Islam? What do you know about Islam? I know that you guys like fast in Ramadan. Oh, okay, yeah, we do. Anything else? Not really. Okay, let's go over some. Do you mind if we just spend, because in order to understand that really big question, we have to go over the basics first. Is that being deceitful? No, that's actually what he needs. He needs to understand the basics. If he doesn't understand the basics, I can't actually explain anything else. So when I try to rationalize something where he doesn't even have the basics to understand, I'm actually doing him a disservice. I'm not helping him. With the age of Aisha, do they know anything about the Prophet? Most likely no. Do they know anything about Aisha? No. Right? Do they know their own history? Like, what people were marrying, what the age of marriage was, the average age? They don't, or they don't care. They're like, well, that was a long time ago. Okay, so leave it a long time ago. That's the act of like projecting our standards now on historical incidents is called historizing, and you're not supposed to do it. It's unfair because they live in a different time than we do. It's not applicable. But you don't have to do that. You don't have to do all of that. There's an explanation for everything. But you don't have to. Let me give you the basics. Let me tell you about Islam first. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And you don't. So if they're trying to put your religion down and stuff, yeah, don't engage. You don't have to engage with them. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So if they are mocking the religion, harming you, they're making fun, they're clearly not sincere, you don't have to continue to engage. It's a waste of time. I will actually tell you even more. So what's going to happen at the Dawah table, inevitably, World Cup or at a farmer's market or at wherever, book festival, wherever you put your table, you're going to be targeted by missionaries. This happens every single time. Okay? They look, they know to anticipate it, and they go to disrupt the table. So missionaries will come to the table and they'll start a debate. They'll ask you, initially they'll pretend, because they don't want you to know that they're a missionary. But I can see them now from a mile away. It's very clear the type of questions that they ask, their body language, their attitude. To me, it's very clear, because we've been doing this for a very long time. They'll come to the table, they'll start a sincere discussion. They'll ask you questions, you're like, wow, that's a little too deep. He'll ask you about the qira'at. He'll ask you about the, you know what I mean? Like specific stuff, shubuhat that are popular online, and they'll come and they're like, clearly, okay, this guy's a missionary. Just from his question, because he's clearly not sincere. And what you do is you take that discussion and you move it away from the table. Hey, come, I would love to continue the conversation, let's have it over here. Because what they want to do is they want to occupy the table with this big debate conversation to deter sincere people from stopping by. We've seen this time and time again. So you either schedule a time, and they won't schedule a time. So you tell them, hey, look, I would love to have this conversation over a cup of coffee. Can we meet tomorrow at 3? At not a Starbucks? And then he tells you, no, I don't have time. They'll never agree. I've yet to find a missionary who agrees to a specific time. Which tells me his goal is he wants to disrupt. Now he wants to take you away from giving da'wah to sincere people. Okay? So what you do is you have a brother or two that know this. This is part of the plan. You guys are our debaters. I hate debating, personally. But we have those brothers that love this. So I'll be like, brother Ta'al, come here. This is your guy. Take him. And they'll go. They'll sit down on a bench at the park. And they'll be talking for hours. We'll wrap up the da'wah table. And they're still talking. We're like, guys, khalas, move on. We're done. And he's like, la, I'm here. I'm about to defeat him. I'm like, brother, that's not the point. So clearly they like to engage in that way. But you move them away from the table. This is the most important thing. The table is only for sincere people that are actually interested in the truth. The moment that it's a missionary or whatever, these people are not sincere to begin with. You're never going to, maybe they could, but you have to get them to open up. They're there to debate, and it's very clear that they're there to debate. So you either move them away from the table, or you actually tell them, we can't, like we're going in circles. I think your time is, my time is very valuable, and I'm sure yours is. No, I want to finish this point. Like, I've told that to so many people, and they'll be like adamant, no, I want to finish the point. I want to talk now. We have to finish the, I'm like, I don't have time to finish anything right now. I'm sorry. You're going to tell me this. You're going to tell me this. Now when I get missionaries, there was a missionary. And I don't look like your typical imam. And usually I show up to the da'wah table, I'm in a t-shirt and jeans, so you don't even know who you are. And he starts talking, and I realize, oh, this guy's a missionary. And then we talk, and I'm like, which one makes more sense? That there's one God, and His one and His person, everything else, or this concept of Trinity that you can't even explain. Oh, I can explain it. I said, you're going to tell me how it resembles an egg. Oh, you've heard that one before. Yeah, and they're going to tell me how it resembles water. Oh, you've heard that one before. And they're going to tell me this. And then I'm going to tell you this. And this whole concept, was made up. And this is where it comes from. And this is what's going on. And this, he's quiet. He's like, you've had this conversation before. I'm like, no kidding. Like, of course. And then this and this and this. And then finally I tell them, who I am and everything. And then they're like, oh, okay, well, they themselves realize they can't have the conversation. They move on, right? But those are only specific cases where that can happen. Most of the time, you just have to take them away from the table. Identify, this person seems sincere, genuine, take up my time, not a problem. But many people are there just to debate. And oftentimes they'll come and they'll record. They'll have like phones out now because they want to post on YouTube. Don't fall for that. Okay? Yeah.
The same subject you talked about the life of Prophet Muhammad, about the age. I studied myself some on the internet. There's some non-Muslim researchers, historian researchers, which they find out the age of Aisha was 18 years old.
Sure.
And you can also ask them, did you ever go to the other sources?
Right. Not a problem. She was 18, she was 15, she was 16, she was 9. At the end of the day, her age, we have to show them why it doesn't, you're making it, and sometimes when we give into this, we're making it into a bigger deal than it is. If a person wants to say it was 18, great. But I think that one is closer to us just trying to get over the whole subject and move on to something else than it is anything else. Because when we do that, the danger is I'm giving into their usul, their worldview, and I'm not sticking to my worldview. Remember, they have a way that they see the world through that modern lens. I would rather put doubt into their worldview than into a tertiary topic that doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like the age of Aisha has no relevance on my practical life, or his, or anyone else's. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't affect my worship. It doesn't affect, does knowing how old she was, is it a requirement to enter Jannah?
I think one of the questions is that guy, if that person wants to marry a person that is, if you do that, probably you can be into this lifestyle.
No, we wouldn't allow it, yeah.
So I have a very different perspective about this particular question, so I just wanted to get your view on this. I feel like this is not even a religious question. Why? Because even in middle school, there are literature written in the time frame around 1930s by author who won Nobel Prize. And we wrote essay on those novel about platonic love between a 13 years old bride and her 30 years old husband.
Right.
Now, go back 1400 years back. So if we can write glorious essay about those love, why the heck I have to answer question that 1400 years ago, why a 6 years old or a 9 years old got married to 50? I mean, why am I supposed to answer this stupid question?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm not calling it a stupid question. You have to empathize with the person questioning, asking. But he doesn't know that it's an irrelevant question. That's what I'm trying to get them to understand. Right? I'm trying to get them to understand that this isn't that big of a deal. It isn't as big of a deal as you think it is. We have bigger things to worry about. Let me give you some of the basics first. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you go online right now, Yaqeen Institute has like a ton of our articles. You know what I mean? Every major sheikh in America, in the Western world, even in the Muslim world, have talks about the age of Aisha and how to understand it. All of those are great. What I'm saying is, in a da'wah context, you don't need all of that. You have it. You know it. I know it. Okay? And I can give it to the person. Here's the thing. So let's go down that right. Let's say I did. I spent 15 minutes and I summarized all of what I know about the age of Aisha to the person. Did I give them da'wah? I didn't give them da'wah. At the end, I just answered one question. Is he going to be like, wow, that makes so much sense now. Can I join this religion? He's not going to say that. Yeah. Yes. Or we have another category of people, and those are Muslims with weak iman who come across stuff like this, and it might cause them to doubt Islam itself. That person, so the diagnosis is different. We have one person who doesn't know anything about Islam, another person who actually grew up Muslim. He knows a little bit about Islam, but this is causing him to doubt. That person, definitely, I need that 2-hour lecture. We're going to sit down, and not only the 2-hour lecture, but we also need to sit down and talk about the basics with them as well. If they had the basics down, if their iman was strong, they probably wouldn't be susceptible, but they are. And that's the reality. We have to address them. So the diagnosis and the medicine is going to be a little bit different depending on the person. Do you guys understand this? I hope, inshallah, this part is clear. Okay? So, answering difficult questions. Do you have to answer every difficult question? You don't. If you don't know the answer, I don't know. Remember, we mentioned Prophet Yusuf alayhi salam last night, how he delayed answering before he gave them da'wah and then delayed answering. Musa alayhi salam didn't even answer the question because they wanted him to fall in that trap. There are trick questions that you will get asked. Okay? Now, sometimes it might be from a sincere person, or it might be from a malicious person. If he's malicious, clearly not sincere, we know how to deal with him. But if he's sincere, let's talk about the basics first. And then you go through the Gorab. Okay? We talk about Musa and everything else. Okay? So God's existence. Yeah.
One of my country members asked me that some of his colleagues actually asked me, nobody in the time of Prophet Islam, like around the part of the world, they didn't know about our Prophet. There is no record, there is no proof. So how do we believe that? And then my friend actually asked me, so this is one of the big questions, like we should not fall into, so the proof of even the Prophet was there, because the rest of the world, they didn't know about it. Something, that kind of question, like what is the proof?
Yeah. So there were some pseudo-academics who tried to make the argument that the Prophet himself never existed, and he's a made-up invention by either the Umayyads or the Abbasids, depending on what proof they try to use. This has been debunked even by Western academics. Does that make sense? So this is no longer, even, not a single reputable academic actually holds that opinion. Right? For a while they were trying to push it, but it's not there anymore.
And he's like, no, answer the question. If he keeps, as you trying to get him to let's go to the basics, he said, no, can you please answer the question?
Yeah.
He won't let you.
So what I would do is so show me that you know the basics. I wanted to go over them, but if you already know them, tell me them. Repeat
But what
them
if
back
I
to
say,
me.
I don't want to know the basics. I want to know this specific
You can't know it without the basics. That's like asking about quantum physics when you don't even know about, algebra.
Yeah, but I might agree with the basics, but I have a serious problem with this. So you're not going to answer it. And
I am going to answer it, but you're not letting me. Just
okay.
because you don't like the answer doesn't mean that I don't have the answer.
You know what? I'm just playing.
I'm telling you, this is what I would. That's exactly what I say. In those instances, like I'm actually answering it. You think that I'm not, but you haven't even listened to my answer to know what it is. And if you think you know my answer, repeat it. Tell me my answer for me.
You're not answering my question. You're deflecting.
I am. No. Tell me what my answer is. If you're telling me I'm deflecting, tell me what my answer is.
Well, I'm the one asking the question, and it's not being answered.
But you guys see what happens? Clearly, is this person sincere? I'm not. Obviously, Zeki is very sincere, but we're not questioning that, right?
You'll get one of those. Yeah.
But in those scenarios where they're demanding, so sometimes they'll ask you a question and be like, no, it's a yes or no. Does Islam permit violence? Yes or no? Does Islam kill whatever? Yes or no? You'll be like, let me answer. Yes or no? No. Why are you even explaining anything? I just want a yes or no. Like, yahi, you know what I mean? The answer is Saturday or Sunday, not yes or no. You know, it's like it's not a dichotomy. You are looking for something that I won't give you. Right? That's what I tell them usually. And clearly he's malicious. He doesn't care. So the idea of being polite doesn't mean that you don't push back when they're being aggressive or they're actually being malicious. You can, and that's why da'wah table style da'wah is not for everybody. Doesn't mean that I'm going to decide in a debate, but if somebody's attacking and stuff, you sometimes have to show them, hey, look, I'm not going to play your game. They want to play a game, I'm not going to play with you.
Question 2: has any missionary accepted Shahada after those back and forth?
I've never seen a single missionary accept. In history, like my first da'wah table was 2003. Okay, I had a guy who came to our da'wah table 2004. He took his shahada. We were at a festival. He was so interested in Islam in 2004 that he sat with us at the da'wah table and was handing out pamphlets with us. But he didn't want to take his shahada. And at the time, my da'wah skills are very, you know what I mean? I was young. I was like, okay, sure. You want to hand him out? And he's excited. He's giving out whatever. He didn't take his shahada until 2012. Remember, he sat with us. This is 2004. It took him, 8 years to finally take his shahada. So you don't know. And by the way, it's not like I never saw him again. No, he came regularly. He would come to the masjid once a month, once every 2 months. I'd see him here on campus. I'd see him there. I would see him. Alex, what's going on? Oh, I'm reading. So I saw like in Ibn Kathir, and he's writing in this. I'm like, bro, you're reading Ibn Kathir? Come on, man. He's like, yeah, but Ibn Kathir seems like he's a little anti-Semitic, like he's talking about Jews and I'm like, dude. Have you had lunch? Let's go eat lunch. I've taken Alex to at least 3 lunches, right? And finally when he took his shahada, you know where he did? He took his shahada in Turkey. He had to literally go overseas, and you know what it turns out? He needed that spiritual kind of like experience to fully like comprehend, okay, this is it, and then he ended up staying in Turkey and enrolled in the university, met a Turkish girl, married her, learned Turkish, started studying Islam seriously. Amazing, okay? But sometimes your da'wah is going to take that long, so you don't know. But again, answering your question, I've never seen a single missionary except so far.
Can I answer to
Yeah.
John?
Yeah. Huh?
So John, he stick with, you are not answering my question. You are not answering my question. So now I want to go to my Gora, and you want to answer this question. So I tell him, listen, John, I would love to answer the question. So let's make it a two-way conversation. You ask a question, let me answer. Ask your question, you answer, and then we have a conversation.
Sure.
How was that, John?
By the way, what he just did, we call it the common sense agreement. We have it in our advanced training, where if a person is being difficult, we tell them, look, we can't have a conversation unless we agree to come to common sense, common terms. Yeah. 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 No, yeah, you have to. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think it's necessary for the go rap?
No. No.
No. I was gonna say for the go rap approach to have.
Yeah, it's not necessary. I've had shahadas without going into anything in the go rap. Remember what I told you? It's about the keys to unlocking the fitrah. Go rap is just one of the keys. But if they don't need that key, it's useless for me to use it. Does that make sense? So I've had many people accept Islam without ever going into the go rap. But go ahead, ask your question.
If that is the train sequence.
Yeah.
Do you think it's necessary to have a section on the hereafter, like why any of this matters?
So, in early iterations of the Gorap, the A stood for afterlife. And we used to go over talking about afterlife, Jannah, Jahannam, etc. Some of the old school Ayera brothers still use it. They still say afterlife. Like Abdurrahim Green, he's still afterlife. He's like, it's still part of it. He doesn't like that we just kind of deleted it. Where Hamza says that the A is adoration. Like, why is Allah worthy of worship? Why should I love Allah? Why should I love God? And he goes into that. He loves that topic. At the end of the day, you can make it what you want. So if you think that the person, that's what they need, they would appreciate that, absolutely. Would I say that's a requirement? No. But you can. Okay?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair. Sorry for being late. I had to miss my boss of session, but it's very engaging.
We don't have late fees here. We're riba free.
But hopefully I will get the blessing. So Jazakallah khair. One question I had is, and please feel free to say if it's not relevant here. In general, when we talk about dawah, there are two types of dawahs. One is that we really verbally communicate. Another is we basically become the role model for others to follow. So for example, let's say I am actually working, right? And I have colleagues and I have the best work ethics and the way I have best manners. So the way I talk, I really kind of impress them just by the way I act and the way my work ethics and all that. So I'm just curious, there's a silent dawah and then there's a very direct dawah, like the way I think we've been talking about. So is there any practical tips that you can share with us? Like, for example, when to kind of pivot to passive dawah, when to really be more direct dawah?
Yeah, so I'm going to actually pose your question to everybody because we already talked about your question. We already answered. I just want to see if these guys are paying attention. Did we already address this? What are the 3 levels of da'wah? The levels. Identity, actions, words. So you talked about identity, your actions, you're a good worker, hard worker. They see your character, your identity. But then what's at the top? Your words. We still need that. Okay? To build the full stack. Also, what is this also called? If they come to you with a question, now it becomes what? Passive da'wah. When I go out of my way to initiate conversations with them, it's what? Active. And when we have like a da'wah table or an event, it's what? Advanced. We're paying, Allahu Akbar. Guys, give him an A. We got an A+ right here, a student, mashallah. But does that make sense? But we still have to take it to the next step. Like if you see your actions, will they ever associate it with Islam? Maybe they don't even know anything about Islam. Or maybe they don't even know that you're Muslim. They just see you as a brown guy. You could be Hindu. You could be Buddhist. They don't know. Honestly, the average American doesn't even know the difference. That's why that conversation sometimes is actually very necessary. Okay? Yeah, you have to be the best version of yourself. 100%. 100%. But also, the opposite is true. Meaning when I try to change others and benefit my community, I also will change. If I wait until I'm a better person to give da'wah, I'll never give da'wah. So by giving da'wah, despite my flaws, I'll actually improve my flaws as well because of the da'wah. It's circular. So you have to take the initiative. You can't say, I'm not religious enough. That's like a person who says, the masjid is only for the religious people. I'm not religious enough to go regularly, so I'm not going to go. But the thing is, you just defeated your own argument, because how can you get better unless you actually go? So you have to go, and then by going, you'll get better. It's like saying the gym is only for those buff people. But like those buff people who are working out at the gym, they weren't always like that. They had to start going to the gym at one point to actually get better. So it becomes circular. Okay? Yeah.
Sorry, Jazakallah khair. So kind of the culture at work where the norm is you don't talk about religion. How do you, because a lot of time you engage with people at work. How do you do that? So I know passively we try, like we say, hey, my character, my hard work. But how do you start that conversation at work where the natural norm is, no, that's unprofessional. We don't do that.
Yeah. The easiest technique, this is just one of many, is by sharing a meal with them over food, a coworker. Take them out to lunch and have a conversation. And you don't have to be like, okay, so I'm going to go through the Gorap, right? As soon as we start appetizers, I'm going to be on letter G. So that by the time we're on dessert, we're going to be at letter P. Don't. It doesn't have to be that rigorous. As long as you're having that conversation, listen to them, talk to them. And you'll be surprised. I've had, so when I once upon a time when I was the Imam of the masjid, and the masjid told me you still have to have your IT job. Because they said, Sheikh, we can't pay you, we don't have enough money, and it turns out that they actually had enough money, but there was a whole story there. I took at least 4 or 5 of my coworkers to lunch over the course of like a year. Not that bad. I remember one guy, Jeremy, Chad, Chris. Chris was hilarious. Chris was like, Anwar, I need you to convert my mom to Islam. I said, first off, Chris, I'm flattered, but that's not how it works. We don't convert anybody. He's like, no, I really need you. I'm going to bring you, you're going to talk to her. I need her to become Muslim. Yeah, so we talked. So Chris, we had a rapport with each other that we talked about it regularly at work. It would just come up naturally, right? But I was like, why? He's like, man, she's Mormon. So he was Mormon too. This is when I was living in Utah. But he's like a Jack Mormon. Do you guys know what a Jack Mormon is? Can you guess what a Jack Mormon is? Yeah, he's not. When you say something is jacked up, what does that mean? It's messed up. He's a messed up Mormon. He doesn't really practice, but he's still Mormon by name, bas. That's what a Jack Mormon is. We have a name for it, right? I don't know what the equivalent would be for a Muslim. A Jack Muslim? It doesn't work. He's a Jack Mormon. So he was like, my mom is like hardcore Mormon, so much so that she tithes. She pays 10% of her income to the church, but she's living off of Social Security. She only gets $870 a month. So $87 every month she gives to the church. Man, the church, the billionaires, they're multi-billionaires. They don't need her $87. But she's going and paying it. And then she asks me for money every month because she's giving to the church. So inevitably, I'm giving to the church. I can't do this, man. But she's very religious. I thought about what's the best religion for her to accept. It would be Islam, man. So I need you to come and talk to her. So I said, okay, what about you, Chris, though? He's like, look, this whole like multiple wife thing, I'm down. If you guys can get, I was like, that's not how this works. I was like, let's go become a fundamentalist, because mainstream Mormons, they don't do polygamy. It's the fundamentalists, Reform, those other, offshoots. They're the ones who still practice it. So I said, do that. He's like, no, man, those guys are crazy. But we would have those conversations. He would open up, so he would open up and talk about his mom. So I took him to lunch, right? We went and had tacos. And he's like opening up, he's telling me this and this and this. He got really close, he understood. He's like, look, if I were to dedicate myself to a religion, it would be Islam. He told me this over lunch. I said, then what's stopping you? He's like, I don't know, I'm just, this. I tried to push him, I don't want to push him too much, but alhamdulillah. This was like 2013. Yeah.
Maybe a comment I want to respond. This might be something to consider, especially in the Dawah context.
Yeah.
At least in my experience, limited experience over the years, what I've seen, observed.
Yeah.
Numerous people come to a Dawah table, or you talk to them about Islam. And sometimes it becomes imperative, I think, to have a little bit of discrimination as to where a person is coming from.
Yeah, 100%.
Because, just as examples, I'm just going to generalize this, right? So, I've had discussions with people over the years where some of them, like you just mentioned, like in jest, though, with the Mormon example you gave.
Yeah.
But there are some people who actually think Islam is very attractive for the wrong reasons.
Sure.
And I think we need to be very clear in our heads, especially when you're in a Dawah context and you're talking to hundreds of people.
Yeah.
We need to have that kind
What's
of
his
little bit of
motivation?
discrimination.
Yeah. Why are you interested in
Why
Islam?
are you interested?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the motivation that you're coming here for?
So back in Utah, we had this at one of our tables. A guy came and he asked, do you guys do polygamy? Our default is what? We're assuming this guy's coming from what? He's anti-polygamy, right? So one of the sisters was like immediately, no, it's only certain cases, blah, blah, blah. He's like, why? Why are you apologizing? No, you guys need to be doing it. You guys need to be like proud of it. You guys need to be, he's like, I'm the product of polygamy. My father had 10 wives. I have 3. I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, man, you're not reaching up to your potential like your dad did, but okay. But he's like adamant that Muslims are failing because we're not doing this. I was like, whoa, slow down, like we're it's not even that important at the end of the day. Okay? So yes, we've had cases where like that's what they're interested in. We had a guy who took his shahada, first thing out of his mouth after he took his shahada, he's like, okay, can you guys hook me up with an exotic wife? That's literally what he said. And I looked at him and I was like, oh man. Okay, what do you mean by exotic? That's also it's a little racist when you think about it, but anyways. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, we had to sit him down, and that's not how this works. Look, these are born Muslims over here and they're struggling to find a wife. I'm not pointing to anybody in specific, right? I could have, anybody here struggling? No, I'm just kidding. But you guys understand, like we're not gonna hook you up, brother. Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. No. Yeah, you have to fix that for him. Absolutely. Okay. Any last questions? Right now it's 4. Oh, it's 4:12. Never mind.
I will have a joke with people like that. I'll tell them, do you know Jacob Zuma? Go to South Africa. You don't have to be on the
I don't know who you're talking about, but.
The ex-president, he has 5 wives without becoming Muslim. South Africa. So just have a joke.
Okay. So we are on So God's existence, the G, is slide 130 out of 183. So we're not done. But I think you guys know the basic layout right now. Okay, so we have the Gorap. We know what each letter stands for. What you do is you find out where they're coming from, okay, before answering it. Then we go into answering contentions. So these are where they're not arguments. Sometimes they're framed as such, but they're not. They're actually just barriers. They'll tell you, oh, I can't accept right now because of this or because of that. They'll bring up excuses. You have to answer those if there are. Sometimes there aren't, right? So you hear it, reframe it, bridge it back. So concept attacks. Who created God? Why doesn't God show us himself? Or how do we know that the Quran is from Muhammad? So we go through all of these. This is part of our advanced part. So I don't go through all of these all the time. Hidayah, so we have to convey the Shahada phase. So this is where we have to invite them. Because remember, you can do all of this work that we just did. You got through the Gorap. Did you invite them? After the end. Because remember, during the Gorap, by the way, your job is not to get them to agree with every letter. It's just that they understand. Okay? Your goal is understanding, not agreement. The agreement is at the very end, the whole package. Because sometimes preemptively we'll be like, do you agree? They don't have to agree. They just have to understand. Does this make sense? Yes. Okay, we move on. God is one. Does that make sense? Yes, we move on. God sent revelation. Does that make sense? Yes, move on. Right? God sent prophets. And the last of whom was Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Yes. Now, this whole concept that there's only one God and that Muhammad is his messenger, do you agree with that? Yes. Khalas, we're there. Then that's where we find content. You have issues and like concerns, problems. Yeah, I have one problem. What is it? And then they'll tell you. But if they don't, khalas, they're ready to take their shahada. And then that's where the real work begins. By the way, the real work actually starts after the shahada, where we help them, mentor them, we put together a plan, we assign them a mentor, we make sure that they're learning wudu, salah, and we go from there. Okay? So I'll go ahead and remove this. You said, Sheikh, you had a QR code that you wanted to put up? Okay. Yeah, khalas, I'll stop here. Are there any questions? I want to make sure that we get everybody's questions answered before we stop. Yeah, I'm going to share them. Yeah. Remember the notes. Oh, by the way, if you didn't, if you gave me your email, I'll send you the slides. If you didn't give me your email, I can't give you the slides or the content. I have notes. Remember, I told you the notes are like 90 pages of the notes, and then we have the slides, the companion that'll go with them. You guys will have them. Any questions? I know I've been focusing a lot on the brothers, sisters. Any questions? Issues, comments, concerns, problems? Yes. Okay. So the advice that I have, if you've never done a da'wah table before, there are some people who are of the opinion that sisters should never be at the da'wah table. Okay? Just so that you know. I'm of the opinion that if you show up, right, as a sister, you should have a buddy system. There's a sister with you, so that there's at least two of you given any time, and in any conversation, just to give you guys protection. So, even for the men, if you want to establish the buddy system, that means whenever you're having a conversation, there's somebody with you next to you. Just in case. You never know what's going to happen. Yeah. But your buddy, his job isn't there for just like security. He's not your bodyguard. He's actually there to intervene if he sees you make a mistake. Or if it becomes a debate, he can separate things. He can actually say, hey, this is not going well. This is becoming a debate. This needs to stop. Or you forgetting something, he can chime in. Or if your buddy, the guy who's talking, because only one person should be talking. If he's talking, he can't remember something, he can get help from a friend. You guys are there to support one another. Remember when Musa alayhi salam went with his brother Harun, who was speaking? Harun, not Musa. People are surprised to hear this. Who was actually in charge though? It was Musa alayhi salam. But the one speaking was Harun. Okay, and Musa alayhi salam said, why? He needed him, he needed his support, his help. So it's not a problem. This buddy system, we have precedent for it. It's actually very helpful, especially for first timers. It's always good to have. I intervened. We had a lady, to give you like at the dawah table. So some people are skeptical of dawah at the dawah table. It doesn't work. Sometimes it does. Actually, we've had success, but we also, people don't stop by it, not a problem. The sister was debating with one of the brothers. This brother loves debating. And unfortunately, I try to tell him, just because you know, like mashallah, he spends hours watching those debates on YouTubes and learning, and this is what I'm going to do. It's like he's treating it like martial arts. He comes at me this way, I'm going to flip him over, and I'm going to be like, I got you, like, it's not going to happen, okay? So I come in, I was late to the dawah table, which maybe is my fault, I shouldn't have been late. They're debating whether the hellfire is necessary and whether it exists. Jahannam, okay? So he's going off on like, it's necessary. Where are the criminals going to go? This is Allah. There has to be a hellfire, yada yada. And she's like, no, the God that I believe in is loving and merciful, and He doesn't need to punish anybody. Like, why is that even like there? And so they're going back and forth, and she's getting emotional. He's getting hot. He's like, sister, you're not understanding me. You're not this, and he's just yelling at her. So after 2 minutes, I went in. Okay, that's your job as the buddy. Jump in. I said, guys, can I time out? Can I intervene? He said, yes. He said, I introduced myself. Hi, I'm Anwar. I'm actually one of the local imams here in the city. Oh, very good. I hear what you're saying. I can actually empathize with what you're saying. I know where you're coming from. See, we as Muslims, right? And I'm sure you believe in paradise, though, right? In heaven. Yes, I do. See, we believe in it too, and we believe that actually as human beings, that's where we're from. And that ultimately our whole goal in this life is to just go home. And she hears this word and she starts crying. She's like, yes, I just want to go home. I was like, whoa, I didn't realize that this would be very emotional to you. Tell me about this. Tell me what happened. What's going on? She starts talking for 5-10 minutes about her life. She's African American. She grew up. She was religious. Then her mom left her. She grew up with her aunt. Her aunt was Catholic. So there's not a lot of black Catholics. They exist, but there's not a lot, especially in the South. So she was Catholic for a very long time. She sees everything that's going on in the Catholic Church. She's like, I don't like it, and I'm thinking about leaving, but that's my faith. So she says this morning, so I'm just letting her talk. I didn't tell her anything about Islam after that. I'm just letting her. She says, this morning I woke up, it's Sunday. I should have gone to Mass. And instead, I prayed at my bedside. I was like, God, I'm not going to go to that church. But if there's something better for me out there, then show it to me. I was like, Allahu Akbar. Now I want to cry. I'm like, that's it. I said, sister, I don't think it's a coincidence that you're here. She's like, yeah, but I don't know anything about Islam. I said, okay, let me tell you one by one. We believe in God. What am I doing? I'm going through the Gorab. It was the easiest Gorab you could ever do. We believe in God, and we believe God is one, uniquely one. He doesn't have a son, He doesn't have this. So I broke down the Trinity and why it doesn't make sense. You know what she said? She said, that actually makes perfect sense to me. That makes so much more sense than what the Catholic Church was saying. I said, very good. We believe in revelation. There's many revelations. We have the Quran as the final revelation. Makes sense? Yes. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Okay. You agree with all of this? She said, yes. I said, so would you like to become Muslim? She says, I can't join a religion before going to their place of worship. It's a valid point. I said, how about this? We have one of the sisters here at our table. She actually used to be Catholic as well. She's Latino. Exchange information with her. She'll bring you to the mosque. Does that work? She said, absolutely. They exchange information. SubhanAllah, we get in our WhatsApp group, for the Dawah group. That sister who took information, she said, the sister wants to come tonight to visit the masjid after Isha, or before Isha. She brought her, she gave her a tour, she walked through everything. After Isha, the sister wants to take her Shahada. Alhamdulillah, she became Muslim. Same day. Okay? It started by stopping the debate, right? And then finding out what does a person need. And then the rest is history. So it works. I can't answer that question because every person knows themselves better. I've met people who live in Malaysia. They're white converts, move to Malaysia, right? Or move to Indonesia. That's what works for him. Don't call it hijrah though, because it's a big problem. Yeah.
So
So you have to show them why it's not a taboo topic. In fact, I believe that there's a concerted effort to make talking about religion a taboo topic. When it's not. You don't have to be under attack. I'm not a missionary, right? We can be very cordial about it. Let me ask you questions about your faith. And if he says, I don't want to talk about it, khalas, end of story. You don't push it after that. Does that make sense? But if you never try, you've automatically said no for them anyways. No, not a problem. Say, hey, it's Ramadan for us. We hand out sweets at Eid. This is part of our faith and whatnot, right? You guys do this in your faith, right? And he says, oh, I don't have a faith. Oh, why not? Now we're automatically having conversation without having, I didn't push it that much. You have to be a little artful about it. Inshallah, wa yakum, inshallah. Any other questions? Yeah. I know this is a lot of... yeah. Yeah. So what we do is, I didn't get to it in my slides. I have like 13 scenarios where we role play. There's like Christina, atheist Adam, fundamentalist Fred. We have, I gave him names, it's easy to remember. Agnostic Agatha. We have, there's a whole list. 13 scenarios, and we trade. So like one of you is going to be agnostic Agatha, and the other person is going to be Muhammad. And you go through. Now the challenge is, you don't know the scenario. As the Muslim, the da'i, you don't know what the scenario is. The only person who knows the scenario is the other person. I give him instructions. This is what your belief is. This is what you do. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you, make it difficult or make it easy on the other person. So we start from easy and then we move to difficult. And we go from there. Yeah, it's in the PowerPoint. They're all in the PowerPoint. Absolutely, yeah, not a problem, yeah. But the idea is, the person who's giving da'wah can't know. So usually what I do, if we're doing it here, I'll have the person stand right under the TV. The da'i, Muhammad, will be here because he can't see what it's written. Everybody else can see it, and whoever is his interlocutor, that's what we call it, is standing on the other side, and he reads the scenario and then adopts it. And then we evaluate, did he do a good job representing what was written? Did he do a good job in giving da'wah? Did he get to the gorab? Sometimes he never even gets to the gorab. Or did he need to get to the gorab? Did he actually give them proper da'wah using one of the other keys? What did he need? So we diagnose it. Okay? Bismillah, go ahead. Jazakallah khair.
MashaAllah. Thank you everyone for coming. Alhamdulillah, this was an incredibly beneficial workshop. I've been doing da'wah for 15 plus years, and I learned, mashallah, so much. The Gorap was a throwback to Abdurrahman Green. Realized I knew what that was, I just couldn't pinpoint it. Mashallah. Go ahead. Okay. So, by a raise of hands, who wants the PowerPoint? Okay. By a raise of hands, who wants some extra good deeds?
Who wants to make some good deeds? Yeah.
Okay, by a raise of hands, who would be interested in those breakout rooms that the brother said if we came to the masjid at a future date and did that amongst ourselves? Yes, okay. This is a very quick survey. Fill out the survey, put your name down. I'll get in contact with you and I'll share your email address with your name and information with Sheikh Anwar as well, so that we can send out the PowerPoint and keep in contact with you guys, inshallah. It won't take more than a couple of minutes. Well, even a couple of minutes is a long time. It's not that long, just a few questions. Please just fill it out. It'll help us make the programs better, and we'll have your information to keep in contact with you as well, inshallah. Bismillah.
Jazakallah khair, Shaykh.
Jazakallah of Imam Sahib and Jazakallah for coming over and really spending yesterday as well as today. And I 100% agree with Imam that we learned a lot. May Allah bless you and your family, and this means a lot. Hopefully you will come again and join us. So it was amazing. Great experience. And Jazakallah to everyone, obviously. I could not join for all 6 hours. But may Allah bless all of you. Thanks for taking time and joining us at our center. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
I forgot something very major. Very, very major. A part of the survey is the last question is if you're interested in wanting to come and join the da'wah efforts at the FIFA World Cup, there's a question at the end.
You should all say yes.
Say yes, inshallah.
Yeah. Because you'll be, at a minimum, in good company. You'll learn something. Sure. Obviously. No, here's the thing. I actually think you should, because how are you talking to people at the FIFA World Cup and you don't know anything about the FIFA World Cup? That would be a little embarrassing. What are you doing here? Okay? So I'm not saying you need to learn it like, you know what I mean, it's talabul ilm, you're sitting there, okay, what are all the players' names? Where were they born? You know, what are they right-footed, left-footed? Don't No, but if you know the score, mesh, that's fine. Yeah. You saw the highlights, sure. Does that make sense? I remember there was one brother, Sheikh Wajid, there was a brother who signed up for the World Cup Dawah in Dallas, and he told me, Sheikh, I'm signing up for the Dawah table because I don't want to feel guilty about watching all the games. Like he's trying to offset by doing a good deed around it. I said, Khalas, Bismillah, whatever excuse you need to give da'wah, ahlan wa sahlan. So, yeah. Why not? Why not? Because those fans are going to point at you like, hey, good job, yeah. Could, I don't know. You never know, Allah. Okay. Alhamdulillah. Like, I don't know if you guys, like you guys know, you guys are Celtics fans? Boston Celtics? I know they got eliminated from the playoffs. I was sad too. Right? So I went out of my way and I bought Jaylen Brown's shoes. His basketball shoes. Right? To play basketball in. And then I started wearing them regularly. You guys know Jaylen Brown? Right? He's Muslim. But a lot of people see the shoes and are like, what are you wearing? What the heck are they? Like, because they look weird. They look a little different. And tell me, he's Jaylen Brown, he's Muslim, and that becomes a da'wah tool. Just the shoes. I've talked to the TSA agent at the airport. He was like, cool shoes, man. Da'wah opportunity. Wallah. But it's like 1 minute. I was like, yeah, they're Jaylen Browns, you know, like this and this. He's a Muslim. Oh, really? Okay, cool. That's nice. Yeah. You know about Islam? He's like, yeah, Muhammad over there, he's a TSA agent. I'm looking at Muhammad. I'm like, no, I'm just kidding. But you guys get it. And quick, he's getting that little seed, right? So it works. Yeah. وَيَاكُمْ inshallah ta'ala. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you. Wallahi, you guys, I can't express. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and reward you. You guys have been here since 10 a.m. It's a lot of work. I can't imagine. Like a lot of times when I hear, you know, oh, there's a 6-hour, I'd be like, oh man, there's no way. So I hope it was beneficial. I hope you learned a lot. I hope you're able to apply some, if not most, of what we discussed, inshallah ta'ala, and that you feel more motivated, comfortable, you have some tools. I know we didn't finish everything, but I'm going to send you the material nonetheless. You can read over it, look at it, inshallah ta'ala, and benefit. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you all and bless you, bless your families, your congregations, the whole masjid, inshallah ta'ala. And wallahi, Sheikh Wajid and the masjid for inviting me out and coming here. We love the opportunity just to share a little bit about what we've learned over the years, and hopefully it's beneficial, inshallah ta'ala. May Allah bless you, and inshallah the World Cup goes well, especially from da'wah perspective, and even from there, to take this da'wah idea and make it into an effort. There's a program, there's regular tables, open houses, there's a lot of stuff that we can do with this. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you and bless you. Jazakumullah khairan. I mean, yeah, inshallah. The listening exercises, yes, absolutely. But listening is actually probably better even, you know what I mean? Like, I hear you, you know, I see what you're saying, you know, that sounds very frustrating, that sounds whatever. Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, my wife knows that I'm doing these exercises and she still comes on, she's like, you're not listening to me. And you teach people how to listen. I'm like, Habib, okay, I'm sorry, khalas. Go ahead. Alhamdulillah.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
Jazakallah khair. just for that last part about the workshop, I was just reminded we're going to have another Dawah workshop too. Okay, so this one will be by Imam Jawad. Yeah, Imam Jawad by White Islam. It's going to be on June 5th and June 6th. The workshop will be on June 6th, inshallah. I believe you're also associated a little bit with White Islam too.
So I teach, they recruit us to teach at their National Dawah Academy, and we were trying to revamp their training, because their training is very old school training. So we're trying, I just saw like this is like the 2.0 listening and whatnot. You're not going to find as much there, but it's still going to be beneficial, inshallah.
Inshallah.
So we
come
hope.
back. It'll give you a different perspective, holistic perspective, inshallah, for the World Cup, for the trainings, and then for your day-to-day lives as well. Please make sure to come and thank Sheikh Anwar Arafat for coming all the way out here, spending 2 whole days with us, benefiting the community, mashallah. Be sure to thank him. And inshallah, look out for communication from us. There's still a few of you who haven't filled out the QR code, inshallah. So please fill it out ASAP. We'll keep in contact with you guys, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.